I am... Whoa. Okay, that was... What just happened there? Okay, it peaked for a second. Oh, we're good. What the hell was that audio? Anyway, that's an interesting way to introduce us. One and all! Welcome back. Whoa, let me get the right scene up. Because it's HIMS time. That's right. HIMS Cup returns for the 5th version. 5th edition. And this is going to be a fun one, folks. We've got a brand new game mode to show off here. While we have two of the game's finest, Anatan and Puppy Paw, facing off in the new game mode Keep It Up, which is available to all in the mod store in a best of 9. Dude, I'm so buzzing for this. Draft, I believe, is already initiated. So let me go ahead and I'm going to pull that in. We're going to use a best of 5 draft into another best of 5 draft for this best of 9. I'm probably looking to change the drafting format a little bit in the future, but for the time being, this seemed to work out. Fine. One sec. Just reminding the rules. Okay. Because I'm going to have them set this up. So, like, I actually kind of wish I could have been in a lobby to do it. I probably could have, but I don't think I would have saved the settings for them. So... We'll keep an eye out for questions. But yeah, we're going to be kicking off with Dry Arabia. The reason I'm like being very far behind the scenes, make sure that they have the right settings, is we've got a game mode with a lot of different options to it. There's actually quite a lot of variability into what you can do. But for those that are unfamiliar with what we've concocted here, it's a little bit evil. So this game mode will spawn a set number of castles at the start of the game. And then, depending on the win condition you've set, you have to eliminate a certain number of castles to kill your opponent. So, for example, there might be 6 castles spawn, but the settings might say that you need to kill 3. So once you've killed 3 of your enemies' castles, they die. It's a really cool concept, actually. I'm excited to see how this plays out. We've got a bunch of different modes we're trying out. So we're going to have ones where there's going to be like 5 keep spawning, 3 keep spawning, etc. It might be the 1 needs to be killed or 2, so on and so forth. We'll see how it goes. I am going to be a little bit reactionary just because potentially if the length is quite long, then I will probably accelerate the win conditions a little bit just to try and keep a reasonable pace. Yeah, it should be a fun one. I'm hoping that this ends up being a hit and then we can just evolve it further and use it again in the future weeks. Like, my goal with this game mode is to enhance it to the point that it could be seen as like a map mode within a standard draft. Right, similar to the idea, quite like a regicide being used in standard drafts as well. 1 second, I'm quickly gonna... Bloody hell, it's hot. I'm quickly gonna turn my fan on. I can't believe how hot it's already gotten in this room. It's ridiculous. I do not like summer, if you didn't know. Alright, so because we're gonna be starting off in Dry Arabia, I guess there's a lot of like versatility in what could or couldn't work here. I'm interested to see how the player's going to approach the configuration. So, for example, game number 1, we're going to have 3 keep spawn per player, but only 2 need to be killed. So, there's this idea that you could be aggressive or you could play more defensive for the siege in the late game. Like, that's something I like, is having some of these where you've only got to kill like 1 or 2 keeps could encourage some ram all-in feudals. We're trying to balance it around that idea. As the set goes on, we might introduce a new rule set to like one of the more extensive ones if it feels like it's dragging out too long. Which would probably be regicide, but we'll see how that goes. But yeah, this is going to be a fun one. So I think the boyos are getting ready, set up in the lobby right now. So we should be kicking off shortly. In fact, let me check. Have they done the first pick? You know what, actually, while we got a second, it's the perfect way to kick off reminding people you're incredible for the upper project stuff. Keep that up. I want to see that hitting 300. You guys are capable of like, I've only seen it move, I think, did it move like maybe 10 after yesterday? I know you guys have got more numbers than you, so keep pumping. But we need to talk about the sponsor of this. We couldn't be having any of this happening without the incredible people over at Opera GX. If you aren't familiar, Opera GX, sorry, HIMS. Now I'm getting mixed up. Sorry, it's because I'm typing in 2 places at once. So, without HIMS, these HIMS Cups would not be happening. That's why they are the title sponsor of them. If you are not familiar with HIMS, but you are getting that middle age where maybe the hairline's getting a bit too thin, or similar to most of us when we try to keep a football up in old age, something just can't quite be kept up, then HIMS have got you sorted and solved. If you click on the link, you can go through the website and check out the hard mints. Yep. You sucking on well, so someone else could be sucked on later. I couldn't resist it. I'm so sorry. But yes, these are, of course, ED medication. If you are one of the people that needs it, it's just an unfortunate reality, especially as we get older, then be sure to check these guys out. It's really cool. You can come on here, click on the Get Started, and then it'll take you through a questionnaire to see what your needs are. Now, I know we are gamers, and usually there's not time for sex, but occasionally they might want there to be, so it could be that HIMS is the solution for you. So if you do happen to have that problem, you don't need to hold your hand up in the chat if you don't want to, but you can anonymously go and do this. And the cool thing is you can go through the whole system remotely. You don't have to go through countless doctor appointments and too personal of a appointment and placement with another person to get the treatment you need. So shout out to HIMS for that, and be sure to check them out because they're going to be with us for quite a few more weeks. So I think the boyos are getting set up now. Yeah, they're browsing lobby. So I can show you the mod, by the way, if you guys ever want to try this yourself. It's a really cool mod. I quite like this one. I'm proud of it. We went to Hussein, and he just ran with it. He actually was quite swift on getting this together. So this is the mode. There is a bunch of different options. So this is why they're probably going to take another minute to get set up. Because when you go into lobby, optimal settings, I've already posted to them, but they're going to want to go through and be thorough. Once that's set, we should get rolling pretty smoothly. But in here, you can see you've got the amount you want to build, the amount that need to be killed. It'll also have things like the attempts to spawn them. And what is up? I see you, Mr. Firepants. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Very family-friendly stream promoting bigger families. That's what we're here, dude. That's what we're here for. To help make your family bigger by helping make something else bigger to get the job done. Exclamation mark games. But yeah, we also have things like minimum range between keep spawning. I set this to 9 and told the players to do so that they won't spawn in range of each other. Otherwise, there's going to be constant pinging from minute 1 for them, which is annoying. And we can also force them to spawn away from TC. We also have things like this where we can reduce the amount of gold that pilgrims generate for the first 15 minutes for balancing reasons, and so on and so forth. So yeah, really cool things here. We are going to have all these toggled off. I'm pretty sure I communicated to them. So basically, even if you lose your landmarks, you won't die, is the idea. Yeah, this is going to be a fun one, dude. I'm excited for this. And I believe... Have the boyos drafted for G1? They have indeed. Let's have a look at what we got here. Oh, wait. I guess they had a remake? The lobby's no longer available. So, 1 second. And I've just randomly joined a game I don't want to join. Anyway. Let me have a look at what the duck is happening. Are they in-game? Or did it crash? Yeah, I think they had a bit of a hiccup. Okay, so we should be getting started again in a sec. That's a bit weird. Alright, all good. Really like the EGT tournament where they were doing different things with the rules. Yeah, I mean, I like these kind of variable elements. In fact, Dave telling new game mode. Boom. The thing that I'm aiming for is I actually like the idea of us eventually in Age of Empires 4 having maps where a king spawns. Not the entire configuration is always a king spawns, but just simply certain maps where it makes sense for a king to be involved. I think that's a really cool idea. I'm hoping we get a bit more spawn control, because I also love the idea of being able to have 2 bases starting at different locations. But let's say, for example, instead of having a primary TC like you normally would, you have, 2 secondary TCs. So if you lose them, you lose them. There's loads of cool things I actually think that we could probably do on the game mode side and also map side. Because that's the thing, if once you have those configurations, you can actually have Dry Arabia be very unique because you could have 4 different game mode configurations competitively. But it looks like game number 1, we are going to be having Roos versus Shushi. Interesting. And we are, of course, going to be on Dry Arabia. So let me update that as well. Oh, and we've got to put the names in, didn't we? Because I'm a genius. So there you go. There's the drafts. All aligned for you beautiful folks. Like vassal states? I mean, sort of. The idea there is more like, you know, in some ways it encourages less campy game style or more there's opportunities. So things you can attack, right? Because like if you have two bases, it's going to be very hard to defend both. So maybe I come after one of them sort of thing. I like that idea though. And the cool thing is the trade-off is like you get a more accelerated start. So you can get into that more aggressive or more like let's reunite the two sides of the map pacing faster than you would in a standard game. And some people are like, I hate that because build orders, blah, blah. Who gives a crap about build orders? Like, one of the beautiful things about Age of Empires 4 that gets praised is that it's not as build order anchored as most RTSs are. So let's actually lean into that and celebrate it instead of, like, you know, alienating it. All right, looks like we're 2.5 minutes out. I think ads just ran themselves. So what we'll do is we'll get predictions up. This is going to be wild, by the way. You guys, you are in for something when you first see how the map spawns. It's pretty wild. I've got such a creeping smile on my face about this one, man. I'm curious as to what the players are going to feel after a game or two. I'll probably check in with them like midway through. It's like, okay, do you want me to change the upcoming configurations? Because we've got like a bunch of different ones, like in terms of how many castles spawn and how many you have to kill. I was thoughtful. I did leave like something akin to a sudden death if this goes all the way to game 9. I really want it to go all the way to game 9. I am a little bit worried that like the game length might be crazy, but we'll see. This is the importance of trying like new formats like this as well. Like, you know, I could be dead wrong. It could be these games are insanely fast, despite the fact there's a bunch of castles on the map. I do think that, funnily enough, this is going to be like a solution to sheep RNG, and you'll see why. It'll actually make a lot of sense why this solves sheep RNG when you see it. When you look at that, I'm okay with a 15 watch streak. I mean, of course, he has to. He can't have a stream opportunity pass where he doesn't get the opportunity to say it's GG. Like, that would be criminal. You got an expectation to keep up at this point. Oh, by the way, guys, we should be live tomorrow as well. We'll probably cast one or two of the KPMMs and then be looking to do some of the Steel Series qualifier games. So, yeah, it should be a pretty action-packed week. Not sure about Sunday so far. I'd have to double check the configuration. If there's only like 2 or 3 series happening, it might not make sense. But if there's like 4 or 5 series, definitely. What's new game mode called? It is called Keep It Up. Admittedly, I don't know if Hussein is here right now to see his masterwork. But yeah, it might be worth adding that to the little menu. I don't know if he knows how. So maybe, Kai, you could help him out with that. All right, let's get ready to rock and roll, though. Did I forget to change my scene overlay? No, I'm pretty sure I didn't. Oh, I remember what happened. My map okay? Yeah, my map's perfect. Yo, what's up, Freezy? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. All right, dude, what the hell? My Spotify won't let me do the thing. All right, here we go. All right, here we go in 3, 2, 1. Welcome, one and all, to a brand new game mode. This right here is Keep It Up. You are seeing that correctly. These two are not cheating. They have castles pre 1 minute into the game. So here's the name of the game. Keep It Up spawns a fixed number of castles at the start of the game. And then you have to defend them. If you lose the pre-configured amount of castles, you lose the game. So game number 1, we've got Puppy Paw on the roofs going up against Anatan on the Shushi. Now this is interesting. In game number 1, we've set it up so that you will spawn 3 castles, but only 2 of them need to be killed. Now you can see Anatan actually got a brilliant spawn here. Actually got the perfect kind of like staggered formation, while Puppy Paws is leaning a little bit more to the west. In fact, what? Wait, how did this... Wait, what? Oh my god. So we done a bunch of fixed spawns. I done it. I think Hussein like done a bunch as well. I'm assuming the player's done a few, and I'm hoping they entered the settings correctly. because I don't think I've ever seen this. The spawns have essentially put the castles towards each other's bases. I'm curious to see how these two approach this. One thing you do have to be a little bit careful of is, of course, going to be your scouting, because although you have more vision than a castle, if you get a little bit too close, you're going to get punished. And Poppy Ball, off to an interesting start here. He's going to be going for, what, a double deer shove, maybe? Okay, that's brilliant. And he is going to be seen doing this, by the way. I think Anatan may have intentionally lamed 2 of those deer with the castle. Dude, I cannot tell you how excited I am to see this, man. It's so interesting to think how it's going to play out. We have got a best of 9. The map pool is going to be Dry Arabia, Lipany, and Gorge. And they can pick a map on a repeat as long as it wasn't the previous map. So it might be that we just go back and forth between Dry Arabia and Gorge. We'll see how it goes. Oh, Puppy Paw. Got to be careful there, buddy. Luckily, he's playing a Civ that could build more scouts. You know, in a weird way, this kind of solves the sheep RNG issue to at least a certain degree, right? Because, like, you'll at least get some sheep because they'll be underneath your castles. And a dangerous meditation garden coming in here for Anatan. Oh my god, if he... Yo, this is so dangerous, actually. Because he didn't scout this. And I think he's going to wipe the sweat from his brow when he realizes it. Because look how close he was. If he'd been walking out for something a bit more adventurous, right, he'd just die. The villagers would have got shot down. So, pretty good meditation garden, though. He's going to get his hands on 50 stone plus the 25 gold. I like Anatan's thinking. That's quite smart, actually. Yeah, so guys, like, think about what Anatan needs to do in this game. He wants to take out the enemy castles, but you have to fear for your own. So why not get passive stone gen so you can always afford to repair? Now, another important thing to remember this game mode, your ability to build castles does not exist. You have what you spawn with. So if you start losing them, you can't then fix the lose condition and how it approaches you, right? You need to just adjust to the state of the game. Now, it's going to be very interesting with certain civs. For example, French that want to build things around their keeps. Or another one that comes to mind would be the Knights Templar because of the Pilgrims. Okay, this is like a little bit toxic now. So he's going to be shoving the deer underneath his castle so that Anatan can't reach it. That is very interesting. See, let's see how Anatan wants to respond, because a typical play here is you want to do pro scouts. Like, these are double pro scouting civs, but the castles deeply complicate matters. English are broken. Free castles equal free all units productions. Haha. Sucks to be you. We already thought of that. We disabled castles from producing until Castle Age. So you could technically say, like, oh yeah, fast casting and getting, like, free production builders is pretty good. But you're not getting them at the start of the game like you think you are. You know what the interesting one is? Like, I haven't seen anyone in chat question Mongols yet. Wait until you see. And no, so Knights Templar will not get free of the Pilgrims at the start. Remember, Knights Templar have to research the tech sanctuary before they can do it. And to do that, they're going to have to get Feudal Age. So yeah, it's reasonably balanced. We thought of a lot of these. I don't think we covered every single castle condition, but there's a lot of them that have been thought of, such as the fact that even once you get those Pilgrims, they will return less gold for the first 15 minutes of the game. Ah, Sane, why you gotta reveal it to them? Yeah, shout out to Sane, he did think about it. The Mongols, funnily enough, actually get castles in this game mode. Yeah, you heard me correctly. Mongols actually get castles. Okay, I realized, yeah, because we paused at the start. Let's catch up on the 20 seconds we are behind. Man, it must be so scary at the start of these maps as well. Yeah, you have to pay so much attention with your scout. So Anatan is going to be FCing up. He knows where all the castles are now, I think. I think he glimpsed this one. He definitely saw this one and this one. But that means he knows where 2 castles are. And guys, like, what he could have done here, he could have technically actually started spamming rams and went for, like, an all-in. Didn't, though. Instead, it's going to be a castle up with Mount Blue Academy. I guess he's just thinking Trebuchet straight away, then. Yeah, Hussein, I think, I'll be talking in terms that maybe most won't understand. I'm pretty sure they used keep spawn point center, which is what they should have used. And they should have used the alternate spawn logic. So, like, I'm quite shocked the way that these spawned is that they just ended up on each other's side. It's going to get a lot more wild than this in the series, by the way. I can promise you that much. Like, if you think 3 castles spawning for each player is crazy at the start of the game, hold on to your seatbelts. We're going to be going crazy later on in this one. So, Pro Scouts has been bringing the goodies back for Puppy Paw. We did not see it mirrored by Anathan. I think that's sensible. 1 deer stack already got removed. It would have been nice to maybe secure the other one. Now, Puppy Paw could do... Yeah, I think he's going to do this. This is crazy. He can, with this 1 scout, make this a 4 deer stack game. So he can basically drag all these deer underneath the castle and then come back for them later. It's really smart. And it's going to be a bit awkward getting it all the way home because of the double castle here. There is a thin line that he can take between them, though. So you'd essentially convoy between your castles and then between the enemy ones. Why wouldn't they go Feudal Ram Rush if objective is to kill castles? Because, in fairness, like, you don't necessarily know where the castles are straight away, and also there is a counterplay. Your opponent could react to it, right? So you got to be a little bit careful of that. I do think in his current position, Anatan probably would have had a pretty safe kind of push towards, like, you know, keep rushing with Rams. But the other thing as well is, like, early on you don't have many units to protect those Rams. And Scouts can kill Rams. People quite often forget this, but they get 10x damage against Siege. Speaking of Siege, let the Trebin begin. So Puppy Paw's looking to catch up in the castle. I don't know, man. I'm not sure if it's a blessing or a curse for Puppy Paw that it spawned here. In fairness to him, the other castles are a little bit further out. This might prove a bit tricky. What are you watching? You're watching future game modes, baby. My hopes is, like, and this is iteration 1, so, like, my long-term hopes with this is that we can get a version of this where you can essentially mirror all castle spawns. So that you could essentially have, like, you know, each player gets a castle spawning, like, you know, here, here, and, like, here, and then you mirror, sort of thing. But 1 step at a time. And this castle's going down, though. Puppy Paw understands he can't protect it. He definitely has to solve for the problems down the line, though. Like, this second castle is his vulnerability. Like, actually, the spawns are a little bit weird, man. I'm still shocked by this, because I've done a bunch of different configurations, and I never quite saw the castle spawn this in the face of the enemy. Hussein, I know, has the most, like, experience with, like, spawning these. Hussein, send me screenshots of what the optimal, like, setup is in case we didn't use it. It might just be a fluke, like RNG of spawn in AoE 4, right? So spears have arrived, but the problem is this trebuchet is safe underneath the TC. Nice little bit of other time on the gold. Worth it while he plays catch up. High Trade House is going to be coming in. Get your numbers in, folks. Is it going to be good enough here? Oof. Spears. They're going to get a little bit of harassment done on the dive, but inevitably are going to go down. Did that really buy any time here? I guess now he has Horseman to stop his opponent just trebbing out of the base, but then again... Wait a second. No! You filthy son of a... Okay, that is brilliant. That is actually genius from Anatan in game 1. I can't believe that. Oh my god, I just messaged between them. Should I up the number of castles in this? Okay, so we're going to be speedrunning game number 1. This actually went a lot quicker than I was expecting. A lot quicker. Oh my god. GG, game number 1 is already done. I can't believe that. Oh my god. I love the Fatal Scar error at the end as well. Oh man. Alright, do I need to increase the number of castles is now what I'm wondering. I'm a little bit paranoid after that one. Yeah, please get that sorted ASAP, Hussein. Okay, so we're going to be going... Wait, they went Dry Arabia again. Also a reminder. Maybe I just leave it so that they can actually. Like, I don't mind. Like Gorge, Dry Arabia, and Lipany. Like it's a small difference with these. I feel like. What we'll do is like after game 2, if it proves to be very, very quick, game 3 will be fairly safe with. And I will readjust the rest of the settings so that we remain safe. What's the max number of castles? I think the drag bar goes quite high. I haven't tested just how high. But looking at it quickly, I imagine you can go up to 20. If you surrender and your last keep gets destroyed, the game bugs out because it can't find a player to kill. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. I mean, that's a minor issue, though. Yeah, you can have up to 20 castles, and you could, you could grief them fully and be like, only one needed. Random but nowhere, 40 tiles around the TC spawn point and add 50% HP. I mean, you've just said random settings, no certified. Not sure about that. Keep spawn point better be middle. We'll find out. If it looks off in this one, I'll message them. So the settings I gave them was keep spawn point center, which is the one you mean, right? Wait, oh, not center? Oh my god, okay. That was my bad then. Center is center of map. Yeah, that's what I was aiming for. But like something weird happened there where they spawned on like each other's sides, right? So it's kind of odd. Gamba, let's get going with that. We'll set up the second one now. Give you guys 2 minutes. I won't trigger it yet. Yeah, the funny thing is like I did test this. The weird thing is the settings like I tested with, the ones I gave them, worked. I didn't have any issues. I like rendered, I think, 12 times, and it was all okay. So yeah, it's quite comical. Thank you, Faplop. I'll let you sort it then. Yeah, I'm hoping that we get some length here. My original concern was I was like, we might have to like have lower settings. Oops. So conditions for second game, by the way, is that there's going to be 5 castles this time, and 3 have to be killed. So we are ramping up. And I think I'm going to start modifying some of these settings anyway. 8, keep spawn, 4 killed, I guess. All right, I've altered the settings a bit. We'll see. I might have to adapt on the fly again. I think they don't mind because it's like, I mean, you kind of got to. This is interesting, though, actually, with Japan. So yeah, let's hop into it and talk about it. This is going to be intriguing. All right, so that was G1 to Anachad. And in we go. Game number 2, and they've already spawned in. This time, a different rule set, folks. Here, in keeping it up, 5 castles spawn. And you must eliminate 3. So, game 1 was admittedly a lot quicker than expected. It looks like game 2 is a lot cleaner on the spawn, though. Yeah, this is what I was encountering when I tried this. Is you can see on the minimap, they've actually spawned on each other's side. This is the optimal design. So game 1 was a little bit of a fluke because, well, basically the castle spawned next to each other's base. So it was going to be a clean race to trebuchets with nothing else. This is going to have more of a kind of trench and a take your angle of approach concept to it. And yes, you are seeing this correctly. In game number 2... Oh, my rocket launchers are enabled. So for those that have not seen this before, we are watching Castle spawn at pre-1 minute. In this game, 5 of them. And the Japanese ones are particularly powerful. A rocket launcher that can one-hit you for even coughing in their direction. So Puppy Paw already running a bit blind. He's got the Lancaster castles. Now, this is going to be interesting, actually, because in theory, there's a really cool strategy for Puppy Paw if he rushes castle. Think about it, guys. The House Unified. He could get +4 damage on his Earl's Guard if he rushes the age up. And no, both haven't lost their scout. Anatan still has his alive. Puppy Paw, a little bit unfortunate losing your scout that early, but the nice thing is you are playing Lancaster, so you have extra sheep anyway. I'm so excited for this. Abbey of Kings is going to be the option for Puppy Paw. I imagine Anatan, I can't really see a world in which Shinobi sneak into these castles, so you know. English would be really cool. So the thing with English is we actually have some settings. So we thought of some of the most obvious broken scenarios for castle interactions. So for example, with English, you will not unlock the ability to build out of castles until castle age. Outside that, we've also reduced the Pilgrim Gold for Knights Templar. And the Earl's Guard, like this is another interesting one. Because you're spawning castles, we had to have something so the Earl's Guard automatically got deleted when the castle spawned. Because otherwise, this game would have began at 10 seconds in with Puppy Paw having 15 Earl's Guard. Oh. Man, I'm freaking excited now. I was so worried. Like, full transparency. I always try to be transparent because I think it's important. As a TO, that game 1 had me so worried. I was freaked out. Like, I was like, oh no, we're doomed. Because it was 10 minutes long with Roos and Shushi. But this one, I'm fairly confident is going to be like a 25, 30-minute game. And thank you for eyeballs on that. Anatan apparently did reproduce his scout. Wait, so he lost his as well? Oops. I see what happened. I guess he ran here and then got too close by the time he realized. This is the tricky thing. Like, it's actually interesting. The way that you scout in keeping it up, which is the name of the game mode, is drastically different, in my opinion, to the way that you would scout in a normal game. You're a lot more paranoid. You also want to consider taking wider angles on tree lines until you've confirmed the number of castles. I guess that's like why they maybe didn't want Liberty. Alright, so tech out complete. So Lords of Lancaster, I guess Puppy Paw just wants to maybe think about seas down the line where you can bulk up to protect them. I mean, I wonder if you can actually rush the castle victory condition like you would in that game 1. Like, the spawn was a big enough detail, but you can see this time around, like, it's very orderly. If you go for a keep win condition, you know, it's 1, 2, 3, you're going to be all the way back to the enemy base, or you have to split it, but either way, you're going to be out of safety range of your own castles, potentially. This one might be the exception where, like, Trebs could sit here and snipe. We'll see, though. One thing I am wondering is if we actually have a version, like, we might actually add a setting where castles do not have default weapon fire. That might be interesting. So you still be able to get the garrison slots, but maybe a way so that castles don't automatically start shooting. Because Japan in particular is a very smart pick by Anatan. Like, it does 180 damage to anything that comes in range, basically. Meanwhile, this thing does 12 times 3. It's not exactly a fair comparison. It looks like it's going to be FC out of Anno. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw is going to be some mana spam. I wonder, what is he going to do with his Lord of Lancaster? He's going all the way around. Oh, no. Okay. Did he scout? No, remember, he lost the scout too early. He doesn't know about this castle. So he's going to lame the deer, and then we're going to watch a Lord of Lancaster be so OP that he doesn't die to a rocket launcher. You ready for this? Someone play the anime music. Everything dies to Japanese castles. Wait! No! No! Timothy! He was so close. So young. So dead. Looks like Puppy Paw is giving me out the deer himself. So he's definitely thinking about castle. I like the way he's playing this. Just get a few manas in so you have an eco inflation and then play for tech. Oh, man. I am, like, getting super paranoid about what we maybe missed. So we can have a quick look at the draft. Oh, in the HIMS scene. Is there anything here that's going to be giga busted because we didn't think of something? I don't think so. I think we're safe. Like, I think we've covered most of the things that, like, you know, because certain castles have unique perks to them, right? Like, even things like Delhi and the HRE, those techs are locked behind castle. So I don't think... The Delhi, I'm pretty sure their TC tech is a castle requirement. Now, you do occasionally get this happening, by the way. Sometimes these castles will spawn in resources. It kind of gives it more character. I haven't seen it be a drastic issue yet. So far, they've never spawned fully in a tree line. This one is sneaky and snaky, though. So Flaunt Gate now on the way, Fano, as expected. And reminder to those coming in, going, what's the win condition? What's the win condition? It's always different game to game. This one is that you will spawn with 5 keeps and 3 of them must be killed. Okay, so Hussein is now communicates the optimal settings to me. I'm going to screenshot that across to the boys. Just so they have the optimal details. Yeah, it's like, I think I knew going this, like, some things might just be a bit clunky, but it's worth the exploration. Like, we could keep doing tournaments where it's always just boring, like, standard, let's do dry rainbow and over again. But I really want to be able to help AoE4 flesh out to having, like, multiple game modes that could appear in an S-tier tournament at the same time. So King's Call is coming through from Puppy Paw. I guess this is about Wall of Trebuchets. Would make a lot of sense. It allows them to be very safe away from the enemy castles. Anno is already playing into a Siege Workshop. What's interesting about this is, like, compared to a standard game of Age of Empires 4, this could be quicker, but it could just as easily be slower. And the reason it could be quicker is you have to remember, like, what we've essentially done here is we've put your landmarks out on the map. That's very different than what you're used to of Age of Empires 4. Now, yes, these landmarks are quite threatening compared to a standard TC, but they're often going to be a lot closer and a lot further away from your own protection. All right, looks like we have a scout. No. That was a bit overkill to kill a campfire. He does get eyeballs on, and Anatan is literally trying the same thing again. Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, Poppy Paw, he's going towards the wall of trebuchets. I mean, are the trebuchets, like, worth rushing with this tech, or is it worth just getting them straight away? Because you're only getting more range and health. That's it. Yeah, I think we might have a Treb issue here in this game mode. Good lord. Okay, so with his position... I mean, Puppy Paw, he's got 3 castles that he could realistically hold from this position, I think. This is key, though. Like, Anatan's is the one that could just break this game open. I think Anatan is in a very strong army position because of this central castle. Wait, we have... Okay, that's sick. Puppy Paw is getting hill training. This is meant to be his way of sniping the trebs. Man, this is tricky, though. I mean, you're going to lose 2, right? So, like, you're in a position where it's going to come down to the 3rd. I was really hoping we get a little bit more ram action here, but I understand why it's not as desirable. I'm wondering, like, what maybe this game mode needs is almost like an accelerated economy? Would that be better or worse? Where, like, let's say you start with 12 villages. I guess that wouldn't necessarily change much. No example where, in any RTS where modes like these were in any way successful for Vanilla's pro scene, I'm wrong. You're wrong. Arena in Age of Empires 2, where you literally spawn with a king and an entire castle built around you. Okay, so his trebs are really tanky. I guess the thought here is he can win a snipe out. I like that he's just focus firing on the castle right now, though. It's creeping in. Wow, he's just rushing the end condition, isn't he? It makes sense as well, actually, from his position, because if he gets rid of this castle, he can just retreat back to his safety and kill the final. But I do think there's like a big threat here. With his Hobbler plan from Puppy Paw, it's pretty crafty. Oh, he goes after the Siege Workshop. Okay, I wouldn't have expected that. I mean, Puppy Paw with the 2 trebs is not going to be enough to clear. And Siege Workshop is down, so Hobbler's now on the way. And remember, he has got the hill training, so these come out uber fast. Wikipedia says Arena was a $900 tournament. There's literally been... You don't pay much attention to the scenes, do you? There's literally been tournaments where you have that type of game mode, that type of effect, as a map. The Garrison, the LAN that happened for Age of Empires 2, one of the maps there was what I just described. You have an entire castle wall around your base, and you have a king. Okay, so Puppy Paw, has he got enough production with this is the problem. Yeah, okay, he's got 6 stables coming. Because like when you've got 6 hobbies in queue, they do come up quick, but it's kind of slow as well. Yeah, so like there are examples of these type of different game modes. I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily at all. Quite refreshing, but I think this game might be over. Yeah, the Hobblars... Wait, there's hope. But he needs to repair right now. Oh my god, the Hobblars... This isn't going to be quick enough! The idea is so cool, but Anatan! It just stands there with a Wallalow to push Puppy Paw out. 2 on the board. Okay, looks like we are going to be increasing the amount of castles to keep this competitive. Because once again, Puppy Paw just can't keep it up. Luckily, we have a pill for that. Shout out to HIMS for sponsoring this so we can get experimental with these gamers. Be sure to check them out as the sponsor of these weeklies. And let's get ready for the next game. Increasing castles won't help? I don't know if that's entirely true. I think the Horseman idea was cool. Next is going to be 5 keeps spawned, 5 keeps killed. That, I think, will be more intriguing. Depending on that result, we might like slightly alter the settings to almost be like the amount of keeps spawned, you have to kill them all instead. Because we tried to keep it creative. So we've got like 5 keeps spawned, 5 killed, and we've got 8 keeps spawned, 4 killed, and then like 6 keeps spawned, 3 killed. So that's going to be the interesting part. But I think maybe like I've got a feeling the next one is going to be the on the money one. So we head into Gorge next. House of Lancaster versus Japan. And this one, we are getting the English now. Let me just update everything. Okay. Castles might need to spawn further back. I think, was that the sentence the same gave me? Yeah, we're going for like very close to center. Wait, oh, actually, we'll see how this one looks. Ah, there we go. But yeah, I'm trying to adjust this on the fly. Obviously, it's a bit of a challenge with this stream delay, but hopefully we'll be able to get it to a nice place. This is interesting, though. Okay, so they done... Time to spawn the keeps is 10. Middle, number of keeps spawning. Did they change the settings? I'm not sure. I don't think they did. Standard. middle. Yeah, I don't think they changed the settings. All right, I'll bump it to them. Oof. 3, 2, 1. It's time. One and all, we've returned for the third game of this curious matchup, this curious game mode. We've got Keeping It Up coming in with the quality games. And wait a second. Where's his other castle? Am I blind? I only see 4 castles for Puppy Paw. Wait, what? Do we have a spawn issue? There's meant to be 5 castles and 5 kills. I'm confused right now. I'm pretty sure Puppy Paw only has 4 castles. On the sacred side? Oh my god, it's just hidden there. Oh, that is so crafty. Oh my god, that is like the most secure sacred site I think I've ever seen in Age of Empires 4. Yeah, so for those just tuning in, this is a brand new game mode which we've concocted for the HIMS Cup. A number of castles will spawn at the beginning of the game. Your goal is to kill a certain amount of those. Now, game number 3, we've really upped the ante. Before, you could take out half the castles, win the game. Now, you have to kill all of the castles. So 5 castles spawn per player, 5 must be killed. The first one to achieve that wins the game. Landmarks will not win you the game. Oh my god, I was so worried for a second there. I had this happen to me before because another interesting thing, guys, is the castles, they have very small icons. So if they spawn on, for example, a deer pack, you won't see them. So yeah, it can actually trick you a lot. And thank you, Grim. I think I messaged you back. I think we already set one up in the end. Sorry, I should have told you. Oh, what a curious one we've got here, though. So predictions coming in. It looks like a lot of people believe in Anatan, who's on the Abbasids on the other side. Let me flip the score, actually. Sorry about that. Today is like kind of a panic for me to try and make sure everything is working nicely. But I think we're going to find the recipe. This is the idea of like creating different versions of this game to game with different amounts of castles. I want to find out what works best, because then maybe we could look at including it in a different tournament. English is interesting here. So I know what people are thinking already. Oh my god, I can spawn out of the castle and get all this army. You can't. That ability is disabled until Castle Age. We were worried about that. We thought about that. And I'm wondering if actually we finally have a macro game. You already see the adaptation, right? The Anatan went for Abbasids. The previous 2 games, he went for civs that could leverage their position early. So game 1, he chose Shushi because they're very good at FCing and they can supervise for trebuchets. And then game 2, he chose Japanese because their castles are the strongest in the game. Choose the rocket launcher. G3 Abbasids don't really have any clear strong play. And with Ego Wing coming in, I think his goal is to take advantage of the fact that you have to kill all castles this time to build up his economy. Did any of the mods try to see how this game mode spawns in Black Forest? No, because we're not insane. Culture Wing Healing? I thought about Culture Wing Healing. It's like not crazy though. And a while ago, they changed that right there, the medical centers, to affect TCs. So the castles aren't as important as they once were. Another thing that's quite interesting about this is I guess you're a lot more inclined to come out onto pocket resources. Like, here's the thing. Someone could be like, KP, this is terrible. I hate castles. Why are there so many castles? I bet they're the same person that said they hate the Pro Scouts meta. I think we've solved Pro Scouts. I just thought about this. Like, do you really want to be doing PS? I mean, we did see it in G1. But it's not a reliable idea, right? Like, it can feel quite risky. I wonder, does Puppy Paw just go for a fast castle build here? Another thing that's kind of interesting is with the way the map spawns, you can kind of quickly adapt your strategy. So, for example, if you get really good spawns towards relics, you might be more inclined to play for an FC build. But if you get blocked out of them, then TC booming seems a lot more desirable. I think overall the spawns were kind of reasonable. I'd say there's an edge for Anatan in terms of where the relics have shown up due to his keep spawns. But then again, the trade-off is like, when you're Poppy Paw, you've got a better placement for Sacred Sites. You could actually capture all three without the castles touching you. And that's important as well, remember, because you cannot build other castles. What you have is what you get. Can't rebuild the lost ones. You can only repair them. And castle spawn on cliff? Yep, I've had that happen before. That's why we were very careful about the maps we selected as well, in terms of Dry Arabia, Lipany, which is EGC Lipany, by the way, and Gorge. Anno? Whoops. Wasn't expecting that on the high ground, so it does get taken down. And second TC now coming in. With it being dropped on the stone, it looks like Anatan is going to be spamming quite a lot of town centers here. So I wonder, is there value in like just kind of blobbing trash tier units and ramming with the bastards in this one? I wonder if you don't even think too much about the castles now. So part of the reason we've done a mixture of kill all castles and only kill some castles is we wanted to have these games where people felt like they could be all in aggressive, but then also have a nice design around games where they need to be a little bit more long-term strategically minded. This is a great start, by the way. Poppy Paw. Just raiding in. Classic King, man. I almost forgot this guy existed. It's been so long since we've seen an English pick that hasn't just been a cheesy Lombo rush or playing water. Looks like we are going to get 2 TC from Poppy Paw. Just the classic way of English. It is going to be the King's Palace. Everything pretty orderly so far as you'd expect. I do wonder if this is going to turn into a trap again. There is like a slight paranoia in my brain. It's going to be trap spamming. Ooh, Hussein. You know what? Hussein's the creator of this mod, by the way. You know what I was just thinking would be cool? If there was a way to... Is there a way to have the castle win condition not matter? But then have like Regicide turned on. That could make for an interesting experimentation as well. So 30C now from Anno. Like these just kind of laming the deer, shoving them away. And yeah, the English TC, the English castles cannot produce currently. So you see they had the inability to do so. Ah, interesting. Yes, so you can actually set up what we just talked about, where you make it basically regicide. You just set the castle count higher than the castles that spawn. Might have to try that. I think that's quite intriguing. Just kind of like a Mario, sorry, the princess, the next castle type thing. So Poppy Paw has reached the age up, and he can actually just save on production. You can see he's got access to them all here. So if he wants to start spamming knights, he already has stables, and some of them forwardly located. And wouldn't be a bad idea, actually. So Anatan has got exposure maybe, what, towards the backside of the deer? Wait, he's going 4 TC? Alright, this guy's a madman. So, the weird thing is, like, he's built a lot of TCs just condensed. It's kind of his own protection, but it's not playing towards the castles. I thought he might actually build the TCs out always towards the castle placements. I mean, I'm not surprised he's being greedy here. It just feels like Poppy Paw's doing the same. Yeah. Okay, I think we've achieved part of our goal of changing the perception of what their win conditions are. Because now we've got them both just greeting, just in different forms. Okay, I may have spoken too soon. Poppy Paw's moving out for the siege. I think like the idea of just building maybe only 2 trebuchets while still grading could be smart here. Because then you can slowly approach a win condition without fully all-inning. So you kind of get the best of both worlds. And you are correct. The trebuchets could produce out of the castle. But I don't think Poppy Paw has realized. No. Huh? I think he just hasn't clocked it. Ah, man, this is like awkward, right? Because they've only had a few days to get hands on before we got into this. So you're kind of trying to fearcraft and test certain things. And I think what happened here is probably Puppy Paw thought about English, he spawned them, saw, okay, like nothing here. Or read the tooltip in the game mode menu and saw that he couldn't spawn units. It's like, okay, that's pointless. But I can still use these for the aura and the attack. And Anatan really wants the Golden Age. Which makes sense because of the torch armor. Remember, the House of Wisdom effect, like, yes, you're going to increase it, but the other thing it does is it ends up giving you fire armor. That's some commitment, man. All right, we do now. Like, the funny thing is, if you didn't know he was playing Abbasids and you looked at the minimap, you would think Anatan had picked Byzantines, right? Like, it just looks like he's drawing in aqueducts. Oh my god. Now, Anatan hasn't actually chosen to go on the attack yet at all. Interesting. Puppy's going fast in. This was to be expected, right? Like, just gradually trickle a bit of siege so you can approach that win condition we talked about. But then don't forget you need to be greedy. Yeah, it's kind of funny how much the perception changes and how they play the game. When you can't just say, oh, I only need to kill like half the castles. Like, it's a completely different ball game at that point. I wonder, does Puppy Paw... Nah, there's no value in Berkshire, right? Like, it has to be Wingard. That's going to give them Wingard Raiders to open up with, and then you can follow up with just passively almost getting into trebuchets, it feels like, with how cheap they are. We do have Knights now being produced, and they're being produced at home. Oops. All right, I think we're about to like double the match length of our games here. Oh dear. I mean, we were worried, so I guess this is resolving the problem. A little bit raid attempt in. I wonder if Puppy Paw would have played this differently if he knew about the night production out of the castles. It's tricky because, like, do you really have the resources to afford that many? A little bit of chip damage being done here. Anatan is now ahead by 30 villages. This is getting a bit silly. He's on his way into castle finally with the culture wing. So, I think we might be seeing some siege now. Medical centers could be viable here. Another thing is, I wonder if Anatan considered the possibility of trade. Like, he actually has a very good keep spawn line for trade, I think. Yeah, he could have. What is interesting is actually watching English not just build farms. Wholly reliant on the deer. Puppy's cooked? I don't know about that. I mean, it's only 40 more villages almost. What's he going to do? Torch my castles? So you guys are like underrating the power of Reboldiquins. I never doubt the English. Because you got to rush these down, right? Don't want to be getting into a treb war with the Civ that has shattering project. You're probably not going to get shattering projectiles. Castle, though. Wait, what happened to the castle? I think there was like a whole middle and bottom of that building that was just missing. That was the funkiest castle death animation I think I've ever witnessed. So 1 down, 4 to go. And Puppy Paw, I love this. You can just now wheel over to the central castle and start sieging the castle right next to him, and then maybe even edge towards the northern one. Yeah, because he can hug this. Now this... Okay, are we good? Yo, I'm getting confused now. So we replaced the USB cable and the plug for our setup. So that basically like leaves either the mic itself or the Wave XLR. Sounds like a wiring issue. That's what I'm wondering, but like I don't know where the issue would be with the wire. I'll have to have a look later. It's probably a good thing. People are sick of hearing my voice. It just gives them a break. Okay, I know it's blobbing a lot of melee here. We do have melee wing on the way, so it's going to be a hop and a skip and a jump into Imp. And Puppy Paw doesn't go for the siege, guys. He actually goes for the footman. Which makes sense. So his thought right now is his opponent is going to try to kill him by sniping with horsemen. And footmen are specifically very good against cav. Weirdly enough. Yeah, reminder, the footmen come with bonus damage up against cavalry. It increases their damage by 25%. Why didn't Puppy collect the relics? I think he was just kind of fixated on getting rid of one or two of the castles and getting up as quickly as possible. Does Puppy Paw even know where the enemy keeps are? Because the Trebs are on a bit of a coffee break, so he's going to be moving in now. And sometimes I wish there was a way of assigning a different icon on the minimap to make these castles easier to find. That horseman also now rotating around the back. Remember, Anatan just scouted through here, so he knows that Puppy Paw has a lot of economy in this corner and great reaction out of the Canadian. Backs away before it becomes a real problem. Tech up complete, and we're straight into Culverins. See, and you guys like, we need to ban traps. See, look how diverse the game is. They're now building a different siege weapon. Rohirrim Riders in on the farms, and Puppy Paw, he never started building spears, so he has no counter blocker to this. I guess this is like Puppy Paw on the clock then. It's starting to feel that way. He has got Wingard Raiders being queued up, but they're not going to be out quick enough, but he probably hemorrhages like, what, probably 10, 20 workers here. He has at least moved some of his economy out towards the castles, which is a smart call. I think for Puppy Paw, his thought process here is he could just blob an army quicker, maybe? And there is an interesting concept, by the way. Like, yes, Abbassids have reached maximum pop first, but now what? You know, you've got 104 eco, you don't want more eco anymore. And Puppy Paw's got a long way to go on 2TC, but if he ever gets there, the English have some quite nice perks in the late game, right? Like the Wingard unit's going to be quite nice, the attack speed aura across the map. The question is whether we can survive long enough to even reach that point, though. They've got Knights trying to siege in. Siege in? Snipe in. Only the siege, not able to get the Culverins. So it looks like he's at risk of now losing his first castle. Diving with the Horsemen is going to be a big fat L as they do go down. There's plenty more where that came from. So for Puppy Paw, I guess the goal now is to try to play defender underneath your keeps against these raids so you can have a bigger army for the important fight. But oh, this is starting to feel like a very quick show match. Oops. I need more money to get them to play another one. I mean, Puppy Paw has got a lot of army now. It's definitely not over yet. The problem is he's building a very linear comp, right? It's just cavalry and his opponent is spamming spears. It sped up game too much. I think it removed risk is the problem. What we wanted is kind of a realm in which there was a balance between, you know, you going castle, whatever, versus staying feudal to try and win the game. But it feels like when you give them only a few castles they need to kill, then they're going to rush castle to get trebs. I mean, giving them all the castles to kill, they're going to rush greed. It's not something I expected us to get right with the first iteration. In fairness, this has already been a little bit more diversity than we've seen at all. Because I was starting to get worried after the first two games. Every single game was just going to be mass trebs. But look, siege. Different siege. And Anno's just wasting his time. For good reason. He's prepping the real army behind this. More hand cannons, the culverins. Not really at the point where he wants to delete villages yet, but we'll get there. Farms still need to be added in mass. Anno's currently up to 40. I mean, maybe there's a world in which Poppy can cinch this, actually. I mean, Anno doesn't really have much of a bio army. The knights are going to ride in to try and get the snipes. The problem is the villagers are going to be there to try and repair. And they're bodying it. He went for the public libraries. So the villagers have 108 HP. The knights could not touch the siege. That is disgusting. Anasan, what a play. 108 HP on these villagers means they are a perfect body blocking unit to protect siege. Now they may actually be a perfect unit to go in and kill siege. I've got knights raiding around the back, but they're not finding their targets. Even if they did find their targets, guys, these are still Castle Age knights. They take so long to kill. I think it's 5 strikes for a knight to kill one of these. Unless like Anno is going to be tossing away some of that economy, so freeing up the space for more military. The keep count is a little bit awkward right now. Yeah, it's about to be down to 3 out of 5 keeps remaining. Oh, sorry, 2 out of 5 keeps remaining for Poppy Pool. Now, it's going to be the most defensively placed castles. So best chance of defending. The problem right now is, like, how do you get on these culverins? Wolves. It's like one of them is going to get sniped out. Maybe a second one as they are in range of the castle. The repair crew is going to come through for Poppy Pool to try and keep it up. But he just simply cannot. We are definitely going to have to get him some of those bills. A few horsemen are getting an opportunity to sneak in, but it's a trickle of troopers. The problem here is these are elite units. Hand cannoneers up against a lot of vet units. We do finally have the knights getting upgraded, but the horsemen, still a little bit of a question mark on this one. And the culverin count is just quite frankly ludicrous. It's 7 colves. And Puppy Pot, I think any hope of recovering this has now disappeared. Like earlier on, the military count was similar, but now Anasan has an overwhelming lead. Damn. Culverin's just too good. You ever get that feeling this game mode conceptually might have made more sense pre-nerf Gespringles when they were anti-siege? There you go. GG gets called. Anatan now with a 3rd point on the board. Well, we may be speedrunning to a potential wipe, but don't worry, guys. We're also increasing the keep count. Oh, dear. You want to get them added in with tuning pack? Wait, get what added in? Oh, the spring. Oh, no. Let's not overcomplicate it. Changes to the game should be simple to follow. Like, that's why I like the idea of this anyway. It's like, it's simple to follow, like, what your win condition is. It doesn't betray what AoE 4 is at its base, right? So, let's get ready for the next game. We're going to be going to Dry Arabia. It's going to be Ayyubids versus Mongols. LOL, you pick a civ that can't even build castles? Wait, but that's genius. If they can't build them, they can't lose them. We thought of that, don't worry. Pack up castles incoming, Pog. Oh dear, oh dear. Like, I'm probably going to call this on YouTube. I might make it like a compact one at this rate. Keep your castle alive or you lose. But I originally started typing, in my efforts to create perfection, I created despair. Which is poetically more accurate, I feel like, with the way this is going. Oh, man. Absolutely wild. All right, so we are just a minute and 10 away. Go see how historically accurate this is. Chinese castles are generic ones. Ooh. I can't remember. I did test it. We'll find out. Dimu versus Kilyadi in HIMS Cup anytime? Possibly. It's a bit tricky because I like to do these around 3 p.m. I know Dimu is usually like done by now. So it comes down to whether you want to hang around, right? I also haven't really heard much from Kilyadi recently. I don't know if he's been that active or if he's been taking a break. The Ibis is going to be interesting here, actually. Wait, is he going to Tower the Sultan? I mean, you could. I don't know if you should. I'm actually now, like, my brain is like, no, surely not. Maybe even the unique siege tech that no one gets. Alright, let's find out. Oh my god, we've done it again. You are 3 games down in a game mode where you need castles, and you choose the Civ which can't build castles. We've got you covered, one and all. Don't worry. Here in keeping it up, if you play Mongols, the Rus will be there to keep you safe, apparently. I guess that's like maybe a little bit too geopolitically relevant these days, or not. But we have gone pretty heavy-handed this time. It's going to be 8 keep spawning for each player. To win, you have to kill 4. And we already have a little bit of a bludgeoning in the center as they're going to spawn next to each other. And I've got Freya here again because she can't stay away. Say hi, stream.
Hi, stream.
Say bye, stream. Bye, stream.
Bye, stream.
Go play.
Bye, stream.
Yeah, they said bye. All right, there we go. She's appeased. I don't think these boys are going to be entertained by this, so usually this doesn't happen. We actually have it set up so that the castles try to spawn away from each other intentionally for this reason, because otherwise you get a lot of pings. Yes, Freya, you go play your war in the puddle. Curious about Anatan's pick in this game, by the way. We have got a redraft happening afterwards, so no point really like reserving your strength. I'm wondering if this is about Tower of the Sultan. Like, I can't help but feel this has to be Tower of the Sultan, right? There is an interesting thing you have as Ibids, which is that siege tech. I think it's siege carpentry, which gives you melee armor and protection temporarily on a siege weapon. So maybe that's part of the thought process. You can bait his opponent to try and kill the thing with like horsemen, and then becomes unkillable. For Puppy Paw, there's some interesting plays here. Like FC into Kurotai is going to give you a lot of pump in terms of damage with your trebuchets. Although the temptation of extra gold might be too good to resist. Okay, Loggy Wing is on the way. So Anatan, I guess this is just fast castle. This is a little bit weird because normally when we see Culture Wing Loggy... Wait. I was about to say, it's about something doing feudal. I found what he's going to do in feudal. Oh my god. I know historically Anatan scrims a lot with Marine Lord, but I think this is a little bit too obvious. What is that spawn? That's crazy. So both of these castles should die at the same time, by the way. Unless someone comes to repair. So that's going to mean they only need to kill 3 more castles for a win. Looks like we're going to get deer stones. Am I the only one weirded out when I'm watching like a feudal age landmark be built when there's 2 castles next to it? It's such a weird feeling. I can't begin to truly explain it. It is quite a comical detail for sure. Oh, that's another interesting thing actually. Yeah. Well, you can rush stone to gather to repair, but obviously with Mongols, it's passive and passive only. But that could make Imperial Age quite intriguing for Mongols, because that means you'd have white, stupid, infinite stone. Damn, I kind of want to see this game go all the way to Imp. Which is a weird thing to say in a Mongol game, because most of their games go to Imp. Khan goes down. I don't think he was quite expecting the cutoff from the castle in the corner. And we will have a yoinking of the sheep. Of which Puppy Paw somehow did not get much. Yikes. Look at that. He's only got 6 sheep compared to the 23. Anna's hand reaped the map of all things woolly. I guess he must have lost the Khan early. Like, I can't think of any other reason why he'd have so little. He also did get a very tight castle spawn compared to Anna's hand. I think Anna's a little bit wider, so he inherently would be protecting more sheep. Yeah, I'm worried Puppy Paw is going to get starved out of food in this game. Like, this is a lot in favor of one player. Yeah, go get mommy to do it. She'll give you the water. Thank you. Sorry, guys. I might occasionally have Freya coming in to invade. So is Puppy Paw going multi-TC here? I think so. And then Anantan's probably thinking FC. Because this castle will get deleted eventually. So that'll open up 2 relics. This one's a bit tricky. I don't think Anno knows that there's a castle there. He's got a relic over here, relic over here. So in his eyes, there's 3 or 4 relics he can grab. Mongols should be able to fod up and move their keeps. Could you imagine if there was like a premium tower you could build that you could actually move? Alright, I'm going to stop now. So we do have that second TC on the back on the deer. So if we had to start trending upwards, like, this is not the type of game where I think you stick feudal at all. There's just too many castles to try and get through. I think what will be interesting is we've actually created an interesting barn burner for a game 9 if we get that deep, which is feeling ambitious right now. If we get all the way to a game 9, we are going to have it be 1 castle spawns, 1 castle to be killed. I may regret that. We'll see. And wait, what? We've got Trade Wing Bazaar. Well, that is bizarre. In fairness, with all the castles littered out, you should be able to get a really good trade route. But the skirmishers, the swordsmen, I can't imagine they're very useful here. Peculiar choice. My apologies to the players in advance. So apparently, like, when you start the game, if it tries to spawn and doesn't see good spawns, it will give you a fail notification. I think in the future, if we use this mode again, we'll tell people to remake. The reason we don't want this happening is, like, right now for the players, this is very annoying. It's stopped at the moment, but it will keep coming back on where it's going to ping you repetitively that you're being attacked. Yeah, go drink your water. Yes, Emma is deemed to send my daughter into my room full of electronics with an open cup of water. This is going to end well. Yes, Frey, you drink all the water. Because you're thirsty. Not quite as thirsty as Puppy Paw, who desperately needs a win.
I'm thirsty.
Yeah, well done, girl. Could you imagine if Mongols win in a game about castling when they don't really have castles? Just curious food for thought. I mean, the YouTube thumbnail is going to go like crazy with that, but... And we do have Dervish in position, so Anatan's going ultra greedy. Yeah, he's taking the deepest relics first. So we could easily be looking at a 5 relic game with this pacing. He also now has got the Bedouin skirmishes. Yo, he's going to rush Rams. Or Manjanates. I think just Rams makes more sense. Yeah, this is sick. That's so smart. Anatan, we talked about this being just a removal of 1 castle per player, but now that's not the case. Puppy Paw is going to be the one losing out, and Anatan will keep his alive. Poppypool, meanwhile, is going to be a step redoubt now on the way. I don't know if you can really rush Imperial. Like, the timing probably isn't favorable here. Feels like you're going to need some units. Yeah, okay. Drink outside. Tower Assault ever worth it? It's like, it's a weird one. It has some firepower, but it's going to be very expensive. A ram's 200. The Tower Sultan's going to be 1,000. And the damage is only the damage of 3 rams. Yes, Ray. Yeah, you got to go play. I am not getting rid of this kid. Ram knocking, I guess like you're basically looking for a path here. Like what's your follow-up effect? I guess 1-1, and then you just need to find one deeper. Like one thing that's really good for Poppypool is the majority of his castles spawn really close to his base, so they should be quite hard to breach. Looks like it's gonna be a ball. I'm being attacked by my daughter. My baby is now here as well. It's become quite the party in here. And oh my god, he's actually gonna... No, you are... There is something sick with you, man. He's doing it in a HIMS Cup about raising awareness about ED, where they've been struggling to keep it all up. Anatan now looks to erect the most phallic structure you can get in Age of Empires 4. Which is a perfect time to remind people that if you struggle to get your Tower of the Sultan up, HIMS might be able to help you. !HIMS to find out more. They could have the solution to your problems. You don't have to be like this, a fake erection. Yours could be real. Well, it is fully erected. I mean, this has not been a unit that historically has looked really good, but I would say with the changes, ever since you don't have Spirals as anti-siege anymore, they do a lot better. And look at that movement speed. 1 a second. Dude, this thing is zooming. Okay, so apparently you just got to get the HIMS uppy pills and then drink some of my Red Bulls, and you're off to the races. Oh my god. Is he really going to do him in like this? Because Poppypool just done the one thing you could only think to do with Mongols. Like every Mongol player under the sun. He won Imperial Age. But Anatan had 0 chill. I can't believe this. So that's 1 keep down, second one to fall. To win this, he needs 4. Oh my god. Out of all the ways to get done dirty, though, this has to be the most painful. I guess Poppypool is just committing at this stage. I mean, this does look really broken when you see it like this. Like, look how big the army is. If you try to approach this thing to snipe it, 20 Bedoan swordsmen are just going to jump out at you. Kargan Pass is now on the way, but I'm skeptical to say Poppypool's got enough time for this. Man, Nano just seems to be a step ahead with these builds. And the interesting thing is its diversification as well. It's not like every game he's just been overly aggressive. Last game, he played greed instead. He actually put the aggressive ball in Poppypool's court and wasn't able to do enough with it. Thumbnail was amazing. Shout out to our new thumbnail artist. They've been doing a lot of things, a lot more things to come. I'll be totally transparent. I was starting to feel a little bit of a Debbie Downer about like the progress of content creation in 2025, but I'm feeling a bit inspired again. This is ridiculous. Double Tower of the Sultan, please. And the issue is you only have 1.12 movement speed. He didn't get wheelbarrow, so Poppypool can't easily gap close on these Tower of the Sultans if they choose to run away. He's left 20 in. He's going to move the rest away, so he's going to go for a build of a 3rd Tower of the Sultan. This is, I think, the most absurd game of Irobids I've ever seen. And the villagers, they are struggling with this, man. He gets another. Just 1 more castle, and we will say farewell to Poppypool in game number 4. Meaning he would need to win every single game after this to emerge the victor in HIMS Cup. Unbelievable. Now, the final castles are a lot more tricky. You can see two of them are tight together. There is one exposed on the flank. The other ones are basically behind the TC. So there is hope for Puppy Paw, but it is looking very difficult. Oh, the little clips at the start? Yeah, I edited them in, and I like that when we brought in the new YouTube editor, they straight away were like, yeah, I want to do more of that type of stuff. And bro, like, come on! This is not reasonable. 5 Tower of the Sultans? Really? Anatan's like, in honor of HIMS. This is going to be 5 people from my stream after they buy themselves some of those ED mints. They're like, bruh, we're going to meet up in person and look what we've got. I have never seen this many phallic structures on one screen. It's the HIMS all in. And look at the firepower. A dive in comes in from the melee mosh pit. Wait, it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough here. But Doan Swordsman come in with the gang bush. Bonus damage against melee. They're able to deal with the pass guard, and they're able to just plow on through for the final kill. He only needs that castle to get the win, and it will seal the deal here. Anatan has clearly consumed an unlimited number of uppy pills. Wait a second. Wait a second. The Tower of the Sultans are kind of griefing each other. This is... what is going on? There's only 2 left, but unfortunately the body blocks, they're not going to be good enough. Michael Bay explosion. It's going to be tight. But he takes him out. The final wallop comes in, and barely is he able to thread the needle on that kill. Oh my god. You know what? Like, demoralizing storyline right now with it being 4-0, but that was actually an epic ending. So, like, what we got there, I think really was a preview of what I envisioned with this game mode. Like, you see the potential it has, because it's almost like when you watch someone try to kill a Wonder or a Sacred Site contest, right? Like, it has that same feeling when you know you're down to 1 castle left. Crazy. So, Civ draft complete. Let's see what we got in the redraft. I mean, Poppy Ball's got to catch a break somewhere here, right? Because this is looking like quite the beatdown right now. I mean, Anno just seems like he's been cooking up some intriguing strats. Oh, crap energy? Exactly. Like, that's what I like about it. It really has that panic moment to it, which is really cool. All right, so let me just type in the footnotes to these so I know how to find them. I'm going to let my YouTube editor decide what he does or doesn't want to do with those. Because, like, before, he's always giving guidance on the title, and then obviously just, like, raw uploading. I think the thing that I kind of like that we're probably getting towards now with the new editor is I'll probably just be able to leave them carte blanche to their actions, which I quite like. Okay, wait, hold on a sec. Whoa. He got HRE. Guys, I think Puppy Paw's about to do it. I think he's going to win a game. It's felt like a long road. But I honestly am starting to have hope for him. Oh my god. I really hope so. It'd be pretty unfortunate to just see a 5-0 sweep here. You know, considering I was like, oh, this will probably be 4 hours of, like, stream content today at least. We have not been live even 2 hours yet. Okay, so Puppy Paw is not going to use H3 straight away. He chooses Delhi. Delhi versus Order of the Dragon. And we are going to be heading into Lipany. Okay, so let's see. Lipany, we'll add in Delhi pick plus OTD. Interesting. I mean, I guess the problem is if you pick Atri is so obvious, right? So I think he's worried about a potential counter pick there. I think, what would that counter pick look like is what I'm wondering, though. I guess Iabids is like, it's been seen as kind of a close to 50-50 matchup for quite some time in the past. Not sure if it's that close anymore. It's a little bit tricky because we just don't really see Atri anymore, so it's hard to measure up Iabids against them. And, oh, by the way, in terms of the number of castles spawning this time, this match is going to be... What game are we on? We're on 5, right? This one's the free keep spawn, free keeps guild. Can you make Black Riders and Feudal? That is an interesting thought. Honestly, one that I have not looked into. But that has got me super curious now. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure. I should hope not. I'm pretty sure it needs imp. Oh, Hussein says you cannot. Okay, there you go. See, he thought of it. He's been cooking. By the way, if we have other people who've been like creating mods they think would make interesting game modes, do feel free to reach out. I'm always happy to try and find ways of featuring them to see how they function. This one's definitely been experimental. Like I think in some ways, even when you even if you have something that's gonna be balanced for the late game, these type of things are gonna be very there's a very big risk of them being kind of like quick games anyway, because obviously people haven't figured out the depths of it yet. The Among Us mod? I have not seen the Among Us mod. I don't think so. I'm trying to think of other ones that, like, what I might do, I wonder if it'd be interesting to get a modified version of the Sacred Site resumable countdown going. We've talked about it in the past, and we never got there. I know, like, one thing for Hussein was, like, because I think I asked Hussein before, and he was like, I only know how to do tuning packs. But now, I wonder if you'd be interested in trying that. So, for some of you might remember, we used to do them. We used to host these free-for-alls where if you captured, your progress on a Sacred Site was resumed when you recapped it. Doing that in like a 1v1 tournament format where we make some tweaks such as that Delhi, for example, do not have a resumable timer. That would be interesting. Anything planned after this? I mean, we might need to. We probably got some KPMMs we can have a look into. So that might be a good option. Miss those community games? I mean, I'd love to bring them back. I've said this before, though. Like, there is an element of having to chase the the viewership. I really thought more people would want to watch community game type stuff. My hopes is that with maybe YouTube potentially trending upwards, and us maybe then getting started on like TikTok, Instagram, etc., and posting there, like maybe we'll be able to actually push the audience in for that type of content. Fields of Blood 2 tournament is going on. Honestly, I think Clearman, the free-for-all tournament, was more interesting. Fields of Blood, not so much. I think there's just an issue with like the way that the 4v4s play out that makes them less compelling. Yeah, because like, who did he get? So Volder Esports actually signed up. Then you basically got the 3D Clan, just not called the 3D Clan. You've got Louis and CSO's team. And then Baltoon's team. Oh, actually, you've got like the Vietnamese guys as well, right? The probable outcome is that it's going to be, I reckon, the 3D Clan boys versus the Chinese boys would make sense. Okay. Oh, I've really got to pause to capture that moment. And in we go. Game number 5 of the Keep It Up special game mode. And in this one, you need to kill all 3. Free castle spawning for both players. In the north, in the yellow, playing as All the Dragon, we've got Anatan. To the south, in the red, it's going to be Puppypaw on the Delhi. Yeah, OTD versus Delhi. And another interesting fact, guys. Look at that draft. Very rare sight. We're seeing it here. Puppypaw was able to get HRE as an opening pick. Spawns are going to be quite close to the center, though. So I'm wondering actually how slow you can roll this. They got kind of equal width on their spawn, which is important. It means that you don't necessarily just get trebbed down in a cheesy fashion. And we'll see if that's the way they want to lean. Looking at the sacred sites, this is going to be interesting, actually. Puppypaw maybe hit the jackpot. Yeah, the outside sacred sites are not guarded by the keeps at all. And then the central one is guarded by him. That was quite the fortuitous turn. So that does mean that Puppypaw will bare minimum be able to get one sacred site locked in very early. I wonder how Anatan wants to approach this OTD situation. If this was Puppypaw, there'd be no doubt in my mind we'd be thinking 2TC here because he's done it a lot organically in the past. Puppypaw. We do have the efficient production to open up with. The thing with this is like you're going to get party. I don't think party is going to be that important here because you have castles so close by. But Anatan, does he know? No, he hasn't been that close to the center, so he's not been able to confirm the exact location of those castles. In fact, he's kind of reared away from diving too deep. Remember, the tricky thing with trying to scout these castles is all these tiny tree lines will grief you. AC Life 11 Hell. Ark and Chapel is on the way in, though. Always a reminder, by the way, guys, if you do enjoy these type of show matches, make sure you're sharing around, letting people know about them, and also make sure whenever you see the sponsor links pop up in chat, you click on them to give them the eyeballs on they deserve. Big shout out to HIMS, who actually brought in the money to make this possible, to do for 12 weeks in total. And week number 5 has definitely been very wild. I'm hoping we can tame it back a bit into the realm of less insanity in a good way. Because I think between impotence and now keeping it up, it has been a crazy and tough 2 weeks. That sounds like it's going to lead into an ad where I tell you to go buy the pills. If you need them, definitely go check them out. Okay, so Dome of Faith beginning makes sense as well. I think for Puppypaw, there might be this desire to try and semi-fast castle. You don't want to be too quick to it because you want to make sure you got enough scholars, but once he gets there, guys, reminder, there's a bunch of techs waiting for you, and you already have the buildings. Village Fortresses is going to be a very interesting one. You could rush castle for about 9 minutes, have Village Fortresses by about 13 minutes. Tricky part might be then keeping it up, but one thing that's ended up quite well, actually, for Puppypaw is look where the stone's generated. Right next to a castle, so pretty cozy for him. On the other side, Anatan, if he wants to repair his keeps, it's not like he can gather the stone near them. Yeah, he's actually pretty egregiously far out over here. How are the players selected for HIMS Cup? So far we've been keeping the first player on. So whoever won last time gets priority invite. And then we go through some of the top ranking players, asking players that we think would actually make for a competitive matchup. Yeah, starts to look like I've failed in my duties when you see a score of 4-0, but in theory, Puppypaw and Anatan on paper should be a fairly close matchup. Yeah, outside that, we have a number of different interesting measurements to try and figure out who we should bring in. So one is you've got to basically, like, as has been identified in chat, you count the hairs. The other one is you ask them how many mints they consume per day, and if they'd be willing to consume one more that's HIMS flavored. And the other forms I cannot actually reveal on stream because it would be against TNCs. Gotta be willing to do anything for that HIMS Cup. Alright, how did you guys predict, by the way? Whoa! Alright, I love that. That's actually inspiring. I love the fact that we are still looking at about a 50-50 split on predictions. Despite how grim this set has looked for Puppy Paw so far. That's the thing, right? Like a few games in, all of a sudden, maybe Puppy Paw is starting to get a feel for what he needs to do in these games. Maybe Anatan's shock and awe out of the door wasn't meant to last. I just had to double check the rules. So remaining, by the way, after this, we've got the 3 keeps killed from free spawned. Next up will be the 6 keep spawned 5 killed, and that'll be 8 keep spawned 6 killed. And then we'll get back to faster pacing with 4 keeps spawned 3 killed and 1 keep spawned 1 killed. I so badly want to see like the final game. I might ask them to actually change their settings to have the castle spawn close to their base as well, just to make it that much more nail biting. So Burgrave on the way. Pretty normal for Order of the Dragon. They don't really tend to go Regnants these days. Even more so when there's a potential keep locker on the way to your goodies. Puppy Paw, Ghazi. Able to strike out. Will look to go for a kill. Even dives the castle to do so. So does get one. Able to pull away. I believe he did get eyeballs on, so he knows there's the Burgrave coming. And I'm imagining Puppy Paw is considering castle himself now. It's kind of weird, right? Like you're about to get Sanctity, and you're going to have to start thinking castle. And it almost feels necessary here, because do you really want to be trying to contest Gilded Men-at-Arms? The answer's always going to be no. Yeah, I like that from Anno. He could have built an outpost to protect him on the gold. Great identification from chat. Instead, he just goes underneath it. This is the safest gold vein you will ever see on a castle. It is literally in the castle. That can happen sometimes. My favorite one, and I don't know if you guys have ever seen this before, because of the way that castles spawn, deers can kind of walk in and out of them. I've seen this multiple times when I was testing it. Sometimes they just spawn in there. Other times they would weirdly run inside. Puppy Paw. Are we going to be looking at compound? No, compound defense is worthless actually now that I think about it. I mean, you could get cheaper walls. But usually the reason you go for COD is to build castles cheaper. It's going to be redundant because you can't build more castles. So it definitely feels like a House of Learning game. He's already secured the 3 sacred sites, and in fairness, with the way Anna's had to play this, there's a good opportunity to hoover up relics. I like that he's temporarily pulling back. He does see the spears coming. Nano's at least going to draw some of that gold away. Does he try to rush relics now is what I'm wondering. It's so tricky. 2 of these relics? Actually not 2, right? It's just 1. 1 is secured by a castle. The other is not so much. And Trebs are now on the way. Okay, so yeah, I think Anatan's just trying to punish the greedy timing of Puppy Paw. Another interesting thing to remember about Order of the Dragon and HRE is the efficiency of keeping the castles up because they have E-repairs. There's always going to be something in the mind of Puppy Paw is if he wants to try and make these kills happen, he needs to keep an eye out for any sort of creep of a blueprint effect or like a TC drop coming in. Like this castle in particular, I could easily see Anatan building houses to chain it in. Now this guy's going to be straight crossbows from Delhi. Has been found gathering the east side relic. 4 relics does seem somewhat feasible here. Remember, also, these scholars are more tanky than standard monks, so even though the Spearmen hit harder, they don't easily get those kills. Doing a good job of tracking so far, though. You're going Mountain Samurai and Onobugeisha, which is gold heavy. Do you need to pick one? Yeah, like doing both straight away is really, really hard. It's not even as much the issue of gold, it's food. Food is usually your more limiting factor. The gold issue definitely doesn't help because Mountain Samurai are insanely expensive there. Normally, you want to try and build a unit, get value out of that unit, and then transition to a new unit type. And you've already built the foundation for having that first unit. If you're trying to build 2 unit types from default early on in the game, often you're setting yourself up for failure. It's very difficult to do on early mid-game economy. Like, look at these guys right here. Like, Puppyball has still started building crossbows. He's littering in a few lances now. But, like, it's not as if he opened the age and was like, yeah, I'm going to be able to queue up 4 crossbows and 4 lances. Sometimes you have to pick your poisons. You can technically build all these units. But what is the point? Instead, could you just build 1 unit and get a strong timing? Like trebuchets. Oh my god, Anna's going to do it to him again. Could he do it over here? You'd have to come out to about here. So this wouldn't be in castle range. So Puppyball does have 1 castle that should feel somewhat easy to defend. Wait, is he going to go for the harder castle first? I think he is. This one should be the easier one to reach because you're already in the area. And I think Anatan wants to get ahead of it because if he moves fast enough, Puppyball's not going to have a counterplay. In fact, what kind of shocks me more is like Puppyball's just been building crossbows against spearmen. Crossbows that aren't going to do any real damage to trebs and crossbows that aren't going to feel great against spears. Yeah, it seems like Puppyball was expecting men at arms. Now he might be punished for it. I suppose getting chased away, the spears, be able to clear them up. Is he really going to beat him with just raw spear? Puppyball is now switching into archers, but he hasn't queued the veterans. That's a minute out. And time is not on his side here, folks. Yeah, we haven't got long. I don't know, man. It just looks like Anatan has Puppyball's number. Wait a second. Nice to get in. He's going off the trebs fast, but the problem is the spears. They just hit so hard. Crossbows. Just not cutting it. Does peel off some of the spears to go defense. Smart move there. Anatan just has his eyes on the prize. He's going to be speedrunning HIMS Cup. There's 1 castle left. I don't think we're going to get to see the fat stack of castles. No. Puppyball is starting to siege and return, so it has turned into the base race situation. But Anatan still has a lead. Is there a way? It's interesting because as Deli, you can see here, he has garrison inside the siege workshop, so he can actually pump out a lot of trebuchets super fast. I mean, the challenge is going to be this one, I think. Due to the tree lines, very difficult to kind of eke in there. And also the other problem, like I think you actually have to take the east side one first and then come for the north, because otherwise your opponent's going to sneak in behind you. It's going to be mass ranged against Mangoes. It seems to be getting harder and harder for Puppyball. Krebs are going to be out of position, so that's going to be a freebie for the Ghazi. Has got more Lancers on the way. The double Mango needs to be answered fast. Yeah, the problem right now is it kind of just feels like your Lancers won't be able to get in against this many spears. Is Anatan's brain just too big for this game mode? Like watching this set, it's almost like he trivialized the clash. I mean, we know that Anatan has been on one the last 2 or 3 weeks, just performing really well in the KPMMs, the HIMS Cup. But this is more dominant than I would have ever expected. Lance is still not able to reach. Treb's starting to siege in. Villagers are going to be pulled. Puppyball does have the extra production now from the village fortresses, so he's getting extra workers. And archers are going to dive underneath the Mangoes. Villagers being pulled, though, and it's an all-in A-click. Anatan, he will not be denied that title. The scary boogeyman of HIMS Cup, it seems. Yeah, torches out. He's got textiles as well. This is it. This game is over. Not a single point on the board for the Canadian. Anatan will make it a 5-0 stop. Siege returned. Not denied even once. Well, that was unfortunately very quick. Wish we could see more games. I think it's like I'm trying to think like iterations that it needs. It probably needs some adaptations. I'm just trying to figure out what those adaptations would be. Winning condition on destroying castles is kind of sucks. I don't think it sucks. It's just you almost need different positioning to make it good. Yo, what's up, Anno? GG's, mate. There's our champ, Anasand. Big congrats to him on the 5-0 sweep. Not a single game dropped. I don't know. That like I definitely felt like that was going to need some iterations. I just thought maybe with a different amount of castles we get a little bit more depth. I almost want to say like, maybe we should have been spawning the castles more defensively. Yeah, I'll ask the players for feedback on it. I do wonder if there's something interesting there. Yeah, like Anatan sharing part of my fault. He just suggested maybe Empire Wars start. It does feel like you need more units early on to get options, right? But, guys, that does mean the HIMS Cup is done, but that doesn't mean we are done with the action on the channel. No, we've got other things to do. In fact, let me have a look, because I believe there are some of the Steel Series qualifier games going on, as well as some midweek musters. But, before we hop into that, reminder, if you guys have been enjoying these and the previous weeks, this has all been courtesy of HIMS Cup. So if you guys want to support the channel, see HIMS do more tournaments in the scene, !HIMS, be sure to check out that link. If you happen to be someone that's maybe not been blessed with hair like this into their 30s, or possibly, you know, other parts of your body are about as capable of doing ups as your full body is of doing push-ups. Seriously, push-ups are hard. Then be sure to check them out. We're currently doing an ED awareness month with them. So if you are unfortunately struggling with getting it up, they could have you sorted. And it'll also not only help you get that issue sorted, they're minty fresh. So if you've got breath issues, I mean, even better for the McLovin. Be sure to check them out, though. Really big shout out to them. The cool thing about HIMS is that whole process is done remotely online. So if you are someone who doesn't want to have to go into a doctor's and have that uncomfortable experience, it can help you with that problem. So be sure to check them out. And shout out to them for sponsoring again. So, Scatter vs. Numichat is right now. I think, is there a Lucifer? I think Lucifer on MSN is also right now. So let's update live. Lucifron. Wasn't this the... Wait, didn't this exact matchup happen last time as well when we watched it? No, that was Myriad, wasn't it? Alright, I'm going to update that now. Yo, what's up, TC? Appreciate the sub, mate, and welcome back to the Swarm. But yeah, we'll explore bringing that one back. I hope players give feedback. Like, Anathan's always good for the feedback. I hope other people give feedback as well. Because that's the type of thing that allows us to improve those game modes and make it better and better. But let's have a look in on this Lucifron Lucifron MSN set. I'm gonna get the draft up between the two. So click and click. Oopsie. This should be BO5. So we'll get Civ draft in, and then map draft. Okay, good. So we will be live tomorrow to do some more of these, by the way. So if you guys enjoy some of the Master Steals, we'll do more of them tomorrow also. Let me switch over to this 20 draft scene. And we do have a logo. Also, I'm going to be mindful of just setting this up ahead of time. Because we have multiple overlays. So we'll go with that one. Then we'll switch over. Okay, I think that's good. That should be good. So I'm going to switch back. Yeah, there we go. That works nicely. All right, G1 is going to be on regions. So we've got French versus Japanese. They're using a wrong version of regions. I just got a different version of regions again. Is this going to crash me? This had better not crash me. Does this mean Puppy can't keep Mitad up? What the hell's a Mitad? Eh? Yo, we didn't crash. Pog. Holy crap, it's a miracle. Why does this overlay look so wrong? This overlay looks kind of terrible. What's going on with that? I don't think it has any back end is the problem. Yeah, I think it's missing like something like that. Give me a sec. We'll at least be able to get... Dude, this looks so scuffed like this. I hate it. I might just do this and then load the logo over the top. So give me one sec, because I need to find it. Masters of Steel. That does look a bit cursed, doesn't it? If we go ahead... Does that work? I mean, it looks less cursed this way, right? Than the alternative. I can quickly fix this, I think. If I just quickly... What I can do is I can create a version of this overlay with a different color scheme. So I can just... If you give me like 60 seconds, I think we can get a better version of this. So give me a sec. I'll quickly pull that into... Le Photoshop. And then if we sample color to the orange, and then what we can do is we can hide the logo. Oh, it's gonna be a little bit annoying, but I think that'll work. Yeah, and then what I need to do, actually, I like there's a cheap, easy way of doing this, is I can just basically create a layer over the top and then stick it to an overlay, or rather color. And then why is it creating color off of things that don't exist? That's the weird part. So what we want to do, this, and if I Control Shift I, boom. Okay, nice. It's better than what we have. So give me a sec. I'm about to export it, and then we should have a crudely adapted SteelSeries overlay. You guys ready? Okay, that's not too bad, right? I mean, it's not great. I think that's acceptable. I'm not crazy about the orange tint like that. But I think that kind of works. Yeah, that'll do. Looks like rusty iron. Yeah, but it's like the orange. You know? I chose the orange. Red and oranges are too distracting. Is it that bad? Oh my god. Now I get the feedback after I literally just closed the file and hadn't saved it. Alright, give me a sec. God damn. Okay, I think I know actually like what to do to make this quickly work. So let me speed run through this again. So I think what we need to do is we just want to basically do, yeah, this. Wait, not quite that. We want to do this plus... This is weird for you guys. You're like, what is he even talking about? I can't even see what this is. It will all make sense in a second, child. Okay, so that plus that. Oh, this is chalked because of the way I've done my layers, isn't it? Yes, it kind of is. All right. I'm going to show you what I'm literally doing right now. It's probably more entertaining that way than like this. Yeah, so we're just quickly going to do this. And then, because of the way I've done my boxes, it's a little bit awkward. You want to get rid of that. Into that. Like, wait, what? I think it's because... No, they do exist as a layer. Okay, that's what I wanted. Yeah, so why was that being weird? It's being very weird. Nice. Okay, so then we just need to go like this. Graphics design, wow. Oh, there's actually a quicker way of doing this, which is if I go here, I can select like this. Okay, apparently I can't select like this, which is very weird. Actually, no, that should work. So I should now be able to erase like that. And then that's the one I want. There we go. My brain is finally done DDoSing myself. So if we go like this, that will get the desired effect. There we go. Sorry about that, chat. I'm a bit of a production obsessionist. I like things to look good. So that now means that we can just have this on... Maybe we just do normal now. I'd say we change the color to be like a... Actually, no, it's pretty bright orange, isn't it? I think that works. So if we now export this... No, not that one. Still series overlay. And now if we switch into game again... Hey, look what I done. That works. Almost looks like the official thing. All right. Hopefully, this was worth the wait. One and all, it's finally time. We've got more Master of Steel qualifier games. In the north, playing in the green, is going to be Lucifron. His opponent to the south. In the blue, playing as French, is going to be MSNDK. That's right, the toddler versus the old man. Old man taking the wise and mysterious Japanese. And we are going to be getting treated to a Dark Age Rax Rush opening. What a unique situation the Japanese find themselves in here. I definitely do not see Japanese doing this all the time. Yeah, this has basically become the norm. It's actually rare to see Japan not open with a Dark Age Rax. Feels really good in this matchup as well, just because you know your opponent's going to eventually have French Knights, so it gives you a blocker to his cav, someone to slow him down. But I love the reaction by MSN. Anticipating the Dark Age spear spam to get a deer shove, he's going to lane the deer so they can't be pushed in. Meanwhile, on his side of the map, Gold Spawn isn't full forward, so it's reasonable to defend this. By the way, big shout out to AMD. Appropriate we went fully orange theme for this cast. You guys should go orange with your setup inside your PC. Check out the new Ryzens. We're partnering with them to talk about the 9900 X3Ds, which is the go-to one if you want the best performance in gaming. So be sure to check them out. And looking at the draft, by the way, there's some interesting things potentially coming up down the line. So just quickly come back to the scene. Yeah, Roos actually got through. I'm a little bit curious to see how that one's going to play. The drafting in this tournament's a little bit different in that you don't have like redrafts. You actually have a lot of civs to work with. Like they're drafting 7, I think it was, in a best of 5. And yeah, the map is going to be regions. I'll add that in now if you guys are not coming. I still can't believe how quick that share match was. So, like, we do these show matches on Friday, every Friday, right? And I think on average, they've been 3 to 4 hours. This one was less than 2. God bless there being KPMMs and more, or Mosses, rather, games to cast. So we should get in the School of Cavalry coming in shortly. How do you guys feel about regions? Are you actually, like, enjoying it? Or are you, like, how are you already getting fatigued, is what I'm wondering. I feel like when we used to have this map, once people figured out about the importance of a keep drop in the center, it became quite linear. I do wonder if we're kind of getting a similar thing at the moment. Not mainly because of the keep drop, but I think because of the Pro Scouts focus. MSN is going to go for those small wall-ins. Nicely played. That should push the Spearman underneath the TC. Yep. And that means you can body block him and trap him there. That's a really smart play by MSN, actually. If you're looking... No! Wait, are you trapped in here with us? Or like, are we trapped in here with you? No! Oh, MSN, not like this. That was such a cool idea if he remembered to body block in time. He looked away for a moment and gave the spears so much value here. Great micro by Lucifron, but something we've always come to expect from him. And he also has a way out. Yeah, you're seeing that MSN's now trying to cut him off from that retreat. And no, the pathing, the pathing! Is he about to lose this game to 2 spears? It feels like it. Finally gonna be able to get the shivs in to get the kill, but the health bars are getting low. It's only 1 spearman remaining, so he will be able to protect himself in the end. But no doubt about it, Lucifron got incredible value out of this Dark Age spear spam. Yeah, forces a lot of idle time, gets himself a worker kill, injures some others, sells a spearman here to be annoying. Just so on point. Like, the idea from MSN is very smart, but the problem is when you create a path this thin, having more melee units is actually disadvantageous, as we just saw. Tech up now coming. Lucifron, of course, slowed down because of this Rax play. But he's stunned at the timings. Like, MSN, congrats, you have your age up, but where's the knight? Doesn't exist is the issue. You think regions would be curious you could spawn differently? So you... Oh, so you mean like the gold could be on the left and the deer could be in the center sort of thing? That could be quite curious. I think the problem with that type of thing is you do have to be a little bit careful. And the reason is that with the asymmetrical design of AoE 4, maps and civs can pivot matchups more than I think almost any RTS that I can think of with asymmetrical design. And it's similar to the idea of doing a random only tournament. It's cool, but it removes a high amount of strategic thought to the way you apply your draft, if you know what I mean. Because if we're being totally blunt and realistic about Age of Empires 4 maps, it is very rare that you have a map that is equally fair and balanced for all sides. I don't even think Dry Arabia achieves that. Like, when do you feel good about a Bassid pick on Dry Arabia? You just don't. It's like, actually, I kind of like the way that Avali talked about this before with his map designs. His map design concept is he wants to make a map which is viable for probably about 2/3 of the Civ pool. And if he achieves that, or more, he's happy. Because when you have less, you get something a bit more cheesy or gimmicky. Okay, so extra knights are going to be on the way from MSN. He didn't go for Pro Scouts, right? I mean, with the gold gathering, how it stood, no surprise there. Is there a world in which Lucifron does that? He's gathered 320 gold, which is quite a specific number when Pro Scouts cost 300. You need a little bit more wood here. It could just be that he's trying to prep an overgather on gold in case he gets pushed off so you can afford Castle Age. Like, rushing Castle would make a lot of sense here for Japan. It's got 5 spearmen in tow, most of them at home, so has that blocker to the LE Knights. Okay, it looks like it is just FC. Whew. Yeah, I forgot. We're not watching B gameplay. I think B's the only person who has consistently done a bunch of Pro Scout Japanese in the past. Gather gold for extra stone upgrades? Nyeh. I think he just had his timing, but because the knight was arriving, he got forced to idle the gold, which is why it just looked weird. It just happened to be that he idled the gold around the amount you'd need for Pro Scouts. So for MSN, for this to work, I guess you have to go all in, but I feel pretty bad for MSN right now. Look at Lucifron's spawn. It's actually a really good one. He got 1 forward gold, but 1 retracted with berries. and loads of small tree lines. So there's a clear expansion point to retreat towards. I'm going to say not the best begin to this battle either. Goes in for a fight. Comes out battered and bruised. Did he accidentally walk into the spears? Because looking at the health bars, it doesn't look like they actually fought. Not with intent. I'm wondering what the plan is once this tech hits for MSN. Because, like, he hasn't hit an all-in timing. I think the fact that Spear's out so early, the thing that is going through my mind right now is how much this Dark Age Japanese play changed things. It's very weird because Japanese problems always was with economy, not military, I don't think. And that's why also you never saw Mount Samurai get nerfed, is like they have such bad economy that the only play was to go fast castle. But this cheap spear spam, like it opened the door for a bunch of different ways. So one was the deer shove, but something that's very interesting in this matchup is their existence stopped MSN from efficiently jumping onto the deer, which would have been beneficial to this timing. It almost feels like that lack of immediate pull into deer slowed him down way too much. Of course, alongside that, the conundrum on the gold. Because while Flown Gate is now in the way, MSN does not have enough troops to dive here. And maybe he's hoping that he can just suffocate Lucifron due to a lack of food, but that's where the Kura Storehouse gives you a bit of space like you normally never have. Now, he does still have issues in that the berries have ran out. And 4 farms worth of gathering isn't really going to get you a long way, but it does at least pad some of the concern here. It means that Lucifron should be able to get the first knights out, but I think what's even more likely here is potentially just Yumi. Like 2 to 3 Mount Samurai and then just spam Yumi. Okay, actually, yeah. So, right idea, wrong unit. It's going to be the Onimusha. Yeah, I thought he might just want the quick play on the spear, but I guess he doesn't mind taking this slow because although Onimusha won't quick kill Spearmen, they can kite them indefinitely. And with this wall going up, this is everything Lucifron needs. I'm a little bit shocked, actually, that the MSN backed off from there. Maybe not realizing how starved Lucifron was. Yeah, instead, he just full-on A-clicks into the defenses. Which is pretty freaking wild, actually. He gets the surround, so possible he gets this down, but the problem is Lucifron's on point with the pull. The Onimusha have now arrived. If this wasn't a floating gate build, you probably don't have enough Onimusha to stand your ground like this, but the count already up to 3. The knights are getting sniped. And the outpost can mop up the spears, so dive is going to be a big fat L for MSN. And now he has to get a bit paranoid here. He doesn't have many knights to raid. The Onimusha make for decent pseudo-raiders. These gals capable of sniping workers quite easily. What was MSN's fault with this as well? I'm kind of like curious as the mindset with that type of push. I guess he already felt like he was so off point in terms of like timing because of that harassment on the gold that he had to go for this all in. And in fairness, it looked close for a moment. It's interesting as well, having to go spears against Japanese, never something you feel too crazy about. But it did at least keep Lucifron away from Mount Samurai. But this is the thing that I think MSN knows he was missing, archers. That means we're going to be looking at the Toddler spending a lot more time in Feudal. Onimusha will be able to start diving in, could easily pick 2 workers. And it gets the 1 so far. Now this is the thing, if you just keep running away, the knight's going to be chasing, but the spears are going to fall behind. And you can easily kill a knight with this. Great micro there. Lucifron just putting the injured parties at the back. Gets the snipe on the heavy cav. And able to just drift off back into the mid-map. Yeah, you know, you might think that these guys don't really count spears until you remember it's 10 base. So 9 hits gets a kill. And yet the HIMS Cup has indeed already happened. It went a little bit quicker than expected, to be honest with you. It was the fastest one to date. But we did try to get experimental. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out as well as we'd hoped. Okay, so what's the plan now for MSN? I'm seeing a lot of spears, but no long-term answer. I think for MSN now, he probably feels like he has to just get a win in a fight. You know? And that means focusing on micro against one of the scariest micro-oriented players in the game. It's definitely not easy. Yuumi already coming out. Now, he does have the archers to kind of mirror the Yuumi in terms of their DPS, but there's a big difference in cost. There's going to be a problem here. It's why I like the MSN is now switching into Horseman. Fortunately for him, as much as Horseman made sense against what he's seeing, Luciferon has finally found his way towards the Mountain Samurai. And whoa. What's this like? That's what she said to it being too quick. That's the reason why we've been working with HIMS on this. For some people, it's not that quick. For some people, they're going to spend 2 hours punching their groin going, why won't you work? That's why we partner with HIMS, so that those people can find a solution. ED can be a problem. Doesn't need to be a permanent. I can't remember what I've seen. I think it was in a cartoon where I've seen a guy like punching his own groin. I can't remember the context. It just sticks with you, you know? Like full on just power punching. Relic's coming home. Luciferon. Oh, he could have actually triggered a wall there to slow things down. Just tries to out shenanigan him. Not going to work. So good blocker there. MSN has at least stopped additional relics getting home, but it's already 2 in the bag for Luciferon. And Yuumi are going to be sprung into action here. Higher damage than the standard archers. Same health. Yeah, this is pre-Yuumi bannerman. It's going to get worse for MSN, which is why he needs to try and find a way of dictating the pace right now. Villagers on the front side gathering the deer are going to have to retreat. But diving the outpost feels like a death sentence. MSN has no knights. These ones don't really exist. They're a fallacy, and his chances in this game are too. GG called. The toddler already put back into preschool by Papa Luciferon of the first game. Rough start for Mr. MSN. So that was the Japanese versus French. I need to update the YouTube as well. Let me find Master of Steel AoE 4. What's the prize pool? 25k, right? Yeah, 25k. So it's HIMS Cup into 25k. I'll do. So game number 2, they're going to be taking us where? Looks like we're going to be heading into Dry Arabia. So we have got Rus versus Byzantines. Byzantines can be pretty good in this matchup from what I remember. Even in the Pro Scouts meta, actually, Byzantines can be quite surprising with this like all-in timing. And obviously now Pro Scouts nerf, that does mean the Biz have actually seen like an uptick in terms of the ability to play this matchup. I don't want to say it's like, no, just a wash and Biz walks away with it. Like, I'd still say Rus have some potential. But the FC can make you maybe a bit overly predictable. Let's see what they got in mind there. Let's hop into game number 2. And I'll flip that score around. And in we go. Game number 2 here in the Master of Steel qualifiers between Luciferon and MSN. MSN somehow got his hands on this Civ. Most scary one imaginable to a lot of people. Rus, always banned alongside HRE, got through, but Luciferon has got Byzantines. And, well, with the Pro Scouts meta dying off quite heavily with every day, it feels like, I gotta say Byzantines has been on the up and up. The change to the systems that looked like a nerf, I don't really perceive that way. I think it was a buff. And, you know, at first it may not have been apparent because we were still riding the high that was Pro Scouts. Pro Scouts meta was terrible for Byzantines. But now that we're shifting further and further away from it, I think we're seeing more civs not just opt for it by default. You're starting to see these bad boys shine through real strong. MSN with the Rus in this matchup is quite an interesting one. Normally, you are thinking Pro Scouts into Fast Castle. Byzantines has some very interesting timings, courtesy of their unique rams. The Kira Siphon gives you the ability to actually shut down your opponent before they're able to scale up. Yeah, I've seen it time and time again, because normally when Rus go full greed, they rely on a Wooden Fortress as the key point in their defense, and Wooden Fortresses can actually get you killed. Repairing them, quite often the Flamethrower will overlap and kill the repair crew behind. What is up, Hordy Highwind? I appreciate you, mate. Thank you for the sub and welcome back to Swarm. Appreciate everyone who's been supporting. I did say thank you to TZ earlier, I believe, but I'll say it again. Appreciate you as well. All you who sub, all you turn up, you make it more and more possible to do this week in, week out. Go Pro Scouts Hippodrome. Yeah, like, I've talked about this with the Hippodrome before. It's a really weird thing with Byzantines, the Pro Scout meta, because when you look at both of their landmarks, they both have an element of what you need for Pro Scouts. So with Hippodrome, you get away with producing scouts straight away, you save 150 wood. And then with Grand Winery, you save having to build a mill so you can get Pro Scouts from your Grand Winery. Well, the problem with that is, like, you want olive oil. Olive oil really is the backbone of Byzantines. It's what makes them thrive or die. Those unique units the mercenaries are able to get. So with Grand Winery, it's just like, you're not even thinking Pro Scouts. You have to be on the berries. Even with Hippodrome, it feels like you need the mercenaries to embolden your comp. It's just hard. I'm in the host of the SteelSeries Cup. Nope. It has been organized by SteelSeries, and they've been working with Warman on that one. I don't have any affiliation with SteelSeries. That's the cuties. I need to get myself a peripheral brand. You both produce scouts and research text faster too? That's true. But the thing is, by the time you be going Pro Scouts, you maybe have a 30%, maybe 60% increase. I don't know, it just feels like you're playing a poor man's China if that's your goal. Then again, every Civ feels like a poor man's China by comparison. Golden Gate's going to be coming through. We do have the double hunting cabin, so decent gen there for MSN. 36 gold per minute. I wonder, does he play H2? I think Rus aren't too bad at H2 presence. The idea being is, like, scaling archers is pretty nice against a decent amount of Byzantine comps. The only one you're worried about is javelins. So I think it comes down to, like, Lucy's choice. Like, if you see him teching towards, like, the longbow contract, maybe you try to play the Age, because I think, like, the problem with longbow plus horseman is, like, what do you get out of Russian Castle as Rus? You don't want to build horse archers against that. And you could potentially do men-at-arms, but longbows with higher base damage kind of wears you out a bit. At least if you stick in Feudal Age and your opponent goes horseman plus LBs, you do have those knights. And it wouldn't surprise me. There we go. MSN, I was about to say, did he not play knight spam last week? Yeah, I need to double check this. Because I think in Qualifier 1, if I'm not mistaken... Who was he? Was it in KPMM where he done knights only? I think it was in KPMM, maybe. Yeah, no, because week 1, MSN went out to Puppy Paw. So it was in the midweek musters. We actually had a game where I could have sworn it's Lucifron, but he wasn't playing KPMM. There was someone who was playing where it was French versus Rus, and he just spammed knights. And that was a matchup where it just felt like you were kind of a bit doomed, because French knights are just superior. But here, obviously, Byzantines don't really have knights. I mean, well, they can get a type of knight. I just wouldn't really advise building it. It looks like we have level 3 system up. I like these actually trying to burn the aqueduct to be a bit of a nuisance. Does this make him look like he's going to be aggressive to follow up? In some ways, it actually looks pretty pathetic. The fact that he's attacking the aqueduct instead of going for the cistern, if I was in Lucifron's position, I would just think that this is, to be annoying, there's no aggro. Because, like, why would you not attack the cistern if you had full-up troops? But also remember, MSN has not gone Pro Scouts to this build. He also has not moved out onto the deer at the back. Doesn't mean that MSN's essentially in the clock. Lucifron at this stage with level 3 Cistern, he's mirroring the buff you get on your Wooden Fortress for trees, but he's buffing all of his economy. And look at that difference it makes. Like, MSN right now, it's only a quarter of his eco that he's getting buffed by 20%. For Lucifron, it's the whole 100%. You know what? If you want 100% the best CP to go to, click that link. It just popped up in chat. You knew I had to get my AMD segues in today. You guys have been delivering these sponsors, and I appreciate it. Because the more you deliver, the more capable it is to get them coming back again and again. Night. Not going to be able to stop the outpost going up. Great usage of the Akratoy. This is the thing, like, usually we see Akratoy used, and it's just a panic button. But here it's been smartly, elegantly used by Lucifron to deter long enough to get something permanent up, the outpost. We'll go to Garrison inside. Does even save the injured villager. That was actually beautifully done. 4 went in, and he saved that one space for the one being targeted. It's still going to be a worker kill, so MSN does find some first troubles. It does cost him an expensive knight in return, and Lucifron now prepping the javelins. Which makes sense. There's already a decent number of archers. You don't just want to be spamming the Limitane. We'll even have the Arislets coming through. And there was an attempt to keep expanding out to the left side. That Sistan is going to start getting denied slowly. For the time being, it's still going to provide the level 4. You see Lucy still gathering towards level 5 Sistan for pre-10 minutes. You might want to keep an eye on his blacksmith timings at this rate. He's definitely got enough gold for it, but I haven't seen that pivot yet. And there we go. He's now going for it. Really important because Steel Dagger to try and actually make sure you can actually contest the javelins. Crucial here. On top of that, you might need a ram now to break in on this outpost location. Without it, it's going to be very difficult. You have to remember, whenever you scale knights, you don't have much burn power. That's the trade-off. Very powerful, fast-moving unit, but not very good at sieging. And also, like right now, because your opponent's going javelins, not many Limitane, he doesn't have a great answer to a ram. So it does feel like now would kind of be the best time to utilize that before Lucifron gets the reblob going. Man, my brain is like still resetting from every game spawning castles at the start. Oh dear. The things I do just to be able to say, can he keep it up in a game? Good time on the archer arriving. Might want to stick some more over here. I think MSN's routing them around now. Great wall by Lucifron. He's doubling the rotation from east to west side of the base, which is important because right now, Berry's still being here. MSN wants to keep an eye on both sides. Like, look, there's berries out here, but the secondary berries are on the east. So now with that extra wall, and the extra time it takes to rotate, Lucifron is reaching the point where he'll be able to take a fight as long as he can divide it. We sneak out into those berries. Something that MSN has not looked at. It's 8 jabs. If he gets up to 12... I'm going to be quite worried for MSN. Steel Dagger under mesh is there, which is a big deal. We do not have blacksmith techs yet, but that's going to be fixed. And remember, with Dialecticus, and you get those extra systems in, you can actually beat your opponent to the punchline. It can take you less than 30 seconds to get blacksmith techs. So reminder, by the way, like, whoever wins this, it's no longer an easy path. CSO or El Yono will be their opponent. I am intrigued by CSO and Lucifron coming to happen. Just because, from a playstyle standpoint, I think they match up incredibly well. Both of them are raid-oriented gamers. You wouldn't believe Lucifron is raid-oriented with the way he's played this game. Full defensive, but I think Byzantine just feels a lot better as a defensive civ now. You go back just a few months before the Sistan nerf, and this was a civ that was always looking to attack early. Times be changing, though. He'll raid in. He's going to draw some more blood. MSM probably not feeling like this is enough still. Only a 2-worker lead, and he's contesting up against 22% gathering rate buff. That's before we equate the value of mercenaries. He's going to posture the army here. MSN. Whoa, not really looking. Did react just in time before the spears would have reached him on the knights, which is important. Has got the outpost to assist in the defense. Definitely a lot of Limitani being discarded away for this, but He's trading out an even pacing javelins into archers, so it's actually working out quite nicely. I mean, I say an even pacing. If anything, it's faster. And that's sick. Did you guys see what Lucifron done there? He fronted with some javelins to absorb the arrow shots, knowing they couldn't be sniped. Because remember, with these archers, they're only doing 2 damage into jabs. Meanwhile, against Limitane, they're going to be doing a lofty, like, what, 8 damage at least? Yeah, because you're 11 minus 25%. So, a really smart read there. And then Lucifron just peels the injured ones to the back of the formation, knowing that his opponent shouldn't be able to catch up. This got to be known that this is slipping away from him a bit now. He knows he can't back away and think about technology because, well, his own teams will mirror it and they'll do it quicker. Tane. Still fat enough to just absorb everything. You see what we're talking about with the archers. Takes 3 volleys to kill a javelin. A little bit haphazard on the micro there. Lucifron did leave the guy in range too long. But probably thinks it's worthwhile to have killed off 5 archers. Especially when he has more of the jabs on the way. Now, MSN is going to remain competitive. We have got him moving out onto the balls, which can give him the accelerated gathering rates. But to truly be competitive, there is one very important thing that is required with ball play. Some might say it's mandatory to look like Boar is efficient. Wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow is how you look efficient with ball play, guys. Oh, poor guy. He forgot the hunting cabin. Oh, no. At first, I thought he was just being super efficient because he didn't have the wood yet. He's realized it, but pretty much ran all the way home by the time he did. So we'll at least to fix it now. Definitely just an unfortunate little detail. Yeah, it's one of those things where you just leave them on autopilot to their own device and probably don't notice until you've clicked back at base, you're producing more units, you go, wait, why are these guys running into my base? Gap could prove important, though. Definitely slow down the meatiness of the night count slightly. Walls are going up now. So Lucifron, if you can't crack him now, I'm not sure how you ever do. The eco gap is non-existent in Raw Village account, but the systems are the world of difference here. And also, like, this is the point where Lucy is, in theory, weak. He hasn't got all the olive groves. But he's getting past that shaky point now. He's up to 13 already. Yeah, it just feels like MSN is looking for an easy target. And struggling. This would be the place to go. It's just not the timing. Great reactions. Lucifron doesn't complete the wall, but backs away in time. I want to be a bit careful with the deer gathering. Then again, like, this is the value of the walls. Look how quickly you can just move the army in position. You've got additional troops showing up on the east side, but the berries are already tapped, so there's no value there. The army now going to start marching into what feels like an unwinnable battle here. I'm just going to start A-clicking forwards so the javelins can clear. It's going to be a wraparound attempt, but eyeballs on. Lucifron actually had the scout arrive at the perfect time to see that. The stealth forest could have actually just been the curse to his existence, but instead the workers continue to gather. Does not have the system buff, which is definitely a bit unfortunate for Lucy. But long term won't matter. The key thing is going to be moving everyone over to the olive groves in the next 4 or 5 minutes. That wall up. This is just a don't blink battle, isn't it? Whoever techs first loses. The problem here is MSN. Where's the military? It's coming in small waves, but this is only half of his raw military pop count. Yeah, meanwhile, Lucifron, he's flexing almost the entire deal. About 40 of it in this fight, so we'll push him back behind the wall. Jabs were a little bit idled out there. He's going to go in for the full exchange. For good reason. There's enough Limitane to still keep those knights honest. And actually, he baits him in. MSN playing a dangerous game there. Almost ended up sandwiched. And Lucy is going to start standing his ground. Looks like he's getting the fight he wants. Archer count feeling quite weak at this stage. It just feels like Limitane are always just a little bit tankier than you expect. Curtis that shield wall. He's going to A-click commit now. Looks like he might get access on the jabs, but there's enough Limitane left over to scare him away. The archers are going to be scared off too. And the walls are going to go up. So Lucifron able to defend. And now sitting there pretty with 1,300 wood, this should be the remaining of the Olive Grove transition coming in. At which point, full food sender into castle. I like that MSN's looking for a counter-offensive. Or rather, you know, an alternative to what he just tried. It's going to be marching to the east side. Yeah, but is the timing going to be actually good enough here? My worry is no. Like, idea cool, but we've seen time and time again, Luciferon has just enough time to get in position with this. Another thing that is scary is MSN is, of course, running on limited resources. The ball's going to be tapped soon. The berry's moved on to. Deer stack's not lasting much longer. There's finite resources involved. Whereas for Luciferon, because he went Groves, it's eternal. But what isn't going to be eternal for him is Feudal Age. Castle Age is just around the corner now. He's still floating 1,300 wood. It's pretty crazy. Could honestly just set up a bunch of Groves here, next to one of the random systems. I guess this gives him the option to production line switch. Like maybe you think about a few katas. Looks like Knight did slip into the tree line, just not really able to find that chip damage. And well, MSN, while his opponent is going Castle Age, is now actually trying to go Rams. I wonder if MSN feels the tech coming. It's possible he knows it's on the way. He just doesn't realize just how quick it's going to be. 25 on the Golden Horn Tower. He even builds it over here to get his new troops immediately in the fight. That's crazy. Smart play as well. Remember, he's got level 5 assistance to Conscriptio, just doubling the production rate of the Golden Horn Tower. Of course, you've guaranteed those javelins for the first ticket because you haven't got veterancy yet, but that's going to be just around the corner. 9 seconds out. You did hear that correctly. When you have a level 5 Dialecticus, it only takes 12 seconds for this technology. Absolutely insane. And there's no window of op. Now, with that upgrade coming through, things are only going to get worse from here. Veterans for the Limitane, just 5 seconds out. It ticks in. And MSN says to hell with it. He has to A-click. There's no coming back from this if you have to retreat. Just feels like there's no going in either. Lucy, usually known as an aggressor, master of raiding, just showing you his mastery over defense, though. I mean, if I could see MSN's whole army here, I could maybe believe. But it's once again just a little bit over half of what he actually has. First Cataphract's now arriving. Those jabs stinging pretty hard into these Feudal Knights. A-click's going to be MSN's worst enemy, and it's just going to guarantee the jabs get the trade-off they need. Even Varangian now showing up. Yep, that one Varangian took on 3 Knights. We'll ignore all the javelins around him. They were just his support aura. There to cheer him on. We have a tough one for MSN. I guess he just felt like once the scaling came in on the Byzantine economy, there was no tech out of it option. He just had to essentially attack. Always easier said than done. I mean, Byzantines, they're like a pseudo-Malian with this build. You know, they don't have that hybrid attack from the Donzos, but they have very tanky spearmen. And on top of that, they have got the javelin throws. I think MSN is now just going through the motions. Maybe if his opponent just remains idle, docile even, he could find a way into an age up, but a lot of the options you'd be going towards wouldn't feel great. You'd just be stuck with knights. You don't really want to be doing horse archers into jabs. Yorush, you're supposed to FC into horse archers, but if you do against javelins, like, how good does that end up? Like, I've seen these FC Rus builds just get annihilated by Byzantines because of the Kira Siphon timing. So MSN, he tries to cook up something different and instead comes out a little bit burnt. 2-0 now. I mean, this is definitely matchup-wise what we're kind of expecting. Luciferon just tippity-top as he normally is. I think MSN would be potentially capable of a game off of Lucy. I think you just have to get creative here. My worry is like what deems creative might be predictable. Because usually when MSN's back is against the wall... Actually, no, he's safe. I was going to say, he goes like Abba or Ayu. Those both aren't available. Sup, Churn? How's it going, bud? Churn. And no, that's not how I said. Just to the clowny voice. Okay, so G3, we're actually going Carmel. And it's going to be the infamous Chinese Sushi matchup. A matchup that I used to think Sushi looked really good in. But in the last, like, 2 weeks, I think Chinese has kind of just been taking a dump on them pretty consistently. At least from the games we've been seeing. Alright, let's update everything. Get into game. Oh, one sec. I need to open the door because, my god, is it hot. Oh, good. Emma has locked me in my own studio where it's freaking hot. One sec. Let me just type, why the fuck am I locked in my insanely hot studio? Like, insanely hot. Like, so sexy. She legit locked me in my own oh, my God. In summer. That's it. I've decided. When I go to bed tonight, I'm making as much noise as possible. Vengeance. I am stuck here. I am legitimately stuck in my studio. I've been locked in because I need to see this through. And I need to also fix the score because right now everyone's like, what, is Lucifron washed? No, Lucifron is leading as expected in the series. We head in to Carmel for game number 3. MSN with a Civ that I thought would be dominant on this map, Sushi. But Lucifron's got something to say about it. It's going to be Chinese. This matchup recently, in about the last 2 to 3 weeks, I think has started to lean pretty heavily towards China. Before that, Sushi looked pretty good. I think makes sense as well. Like this Civ, very efficient on its tech timings. Gets a lot of value out of either Shaolin Monastery or the Mountain Academy, depending on the matchup. And then, of course, there's things like the Dali horses to make the cav better. I think, especially on maps like Carmel, the Imperial Academy becomes a big deal because of the extra gold savings when you have so little to access. And also just China, I think players have gotten better at just moving away from Lances fast into these Spim and crossbow comps and making it work. I know how locks work. Yeah, they get locked from the outside. She's literally used my keys on the outside and locked the door. I am locked inside my studio right now. So Medigarden coming in. Nothing too risky, actually. MSN takes a safe one. I mean, he gets the berries plus a decent amount of wood. So it's going to be, what, 36 food and probably about the same in wood. So between 70 and 80 resources. There could have been a better option. Maybe. Yeah, over here. He would have got the 72 food and then 25 gold. This map does have this habit of giving you, like, triple food options sometimes. Or at least the gold alongside. Hold on a sec. I'm going to ring her. Because knowing Emma, she's probably trying to nap. Her default state. Which means I'm dying here with no way out. Emma, you've locked my door. Unlock my door. What do you mean what? You've literally imprisoned me in my own studio. Without food, without water, without a toilet, without a body pillow. Joke's on you, because I'm also in here without life insurance, sucker. All right. The tech up's coming through. Nothing unorthodox happened so far. The sheep split is going to end up being fairly even, actually. 19 sheep to 19. Exactly even, actually. Yeah, guys, can you just, like, document this? In the event that, like, I get found years from now dead. Right? Like, just remember this and take it to police. Like, oof. I mean, Emma was pretty abusive. Locked him in. Thank you, Freya. Leave the door open. Off you go. I don't know if you guys could hear that. And it is going to be Pro Scouts, which is the norm here. I wonder if Lucifron doesn't. That'd be kind of wild. Nah, he's definitely going for it. It's got 3 on goal plus the taxation. So Pro Scouts on Pro Scouts. Oh my god, Freya, no, not the whining. What's wrong? Is Mummy a terrible prison warden when it comes to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, but she traps me easily.
Daddy, Mum, we all got you in.
Yeah, you trapped me in, which was very mean.
Yeah.
So I'm going to lock you in your bedroom until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah. You don't lock me in my bedroom.
You're not coming out.
No. Daddy, we don't knock you out.
Freya, can you say, check out Ryzen AMD CPUs?
Happy CPUs.
You were close. You were so close. Say, click the link.
Didn't.
There you go, guys. Alright, say bye, stream. Say bye, stream. No, you can't stay. Daddy's little sellout. Are you gonna be a salesperson just like me? No, stop touching the microphone. She keeps moving. Oh no, wrong scene. She keeps trying to press all the buttons. No, Freya, don't touch. All right, we haven't missed anything. We've just got spear spam follow up. Which makes a lot of sense. Like when you're trying to snatch deer from the other side, especially when there's so much deer. There's like 60 deer on this map.
Bye, stream.
All right, bye, stream. Yeah, thank you, Freya. You go play. Yeah, it turns out she's quite bored when there's nothing she can destroy. And I like that from MSN. PG to contest the spears. You want to be careful not to do this too much, though. There's a really clear weakness to this play in this matchup. Normally, a strength for Shushi is you can scale a few PG and then bypass the castle, and congrats, you've got a men-at-arms to contest. But here, in this matchup, usually you're expecting lancers on both sides, and if it's not lancers, it's crossbows. So you see why that's a conundrum now going into PG. The Palace Guard aren't that valuable. So I think he just wants 1 or 2 littered in so that he can win the spear fights. And then the focus is going to be on castle, in which MSN is already ahead on timing. You can see with the food and gold. Now, Lucifron is not as far behind as you'd think because he has got that taxation to collect, which is going to accelerate him quite nicely. I mean, that's the very big difference. Like, what makes China Eco feel surprisingly good, even against Yushi's this early on, is you tend to have double the taxmen. Yeah, go tell Mummy to help you because it's her job. Yeah, go get Mummy. Alright, Shalom Monastery coming through. So, yeah, I think this is due to the timing. Like, normally, yes, Freya, off you go. Normally, you wouldn't really want, like, Shalom Monks when you know the Lance is coming. But because Lucifron's so much slower in the castle here, I guess you can actually just justify that first Monk or 2 to gather up. Like, in this matchup, typically, Shushi tend to go Mount Lu Academy because the extra food from the taxation helps a little. Also, the efficiency on your taxmen. Not to mention the production rate is just so desirable when you know your opponent can spam lancers just as quick. An early blacksmith as well. So I guess this... Wait, is he rushing Dali horses? Oh, it's possible. I think more likely here would be Undermesh for rush dive. I do love this, by the way. This has become quite popular on this map. Imperial Academy, just because it gives you so much vision. The Clock Tower play is cool deeper in the game, but like now it can feel quite worthless because if you look at the map, it's barren. It's open flat ground, which means you aren't going to have many angles you can protect, right? Like at the stage in the game where you might use Clock Tower Siege, you've got probably 20 units. That feels great when you're on a map like, you know, Standard Lipany or Mountain Pass. But Carmel is, alongside Prairie, the most open and exposed map in the game. Good now by the PG. Lancer spam now beginning on both sides. And Freya has locked the door on me. Again. God damn it. Alright, here's how dreaded my life is, chat. I slowly opened my door and peered out to make sure she wasn't around so that it was safe to leave the door open. Life as a parent is interesting when you're trying to do work. So this was Dali Horses rushed. I talked to a few players about this. Like, Dali Horses is interesting. It can be useful, but it's also like... sometimes a very odd tech. It can make a difference. It's just, I don't think it makes a 20% difference because of the way that melee fighting works. It sometimes feels like 5 to 10%, if anything. So definitely a tech that usually feels really good when you've got, say, 10 plus lancers. It can feel a bit wonky when you've only got 1 or 2, because your opponent can easily run away from you. Lovely work from home vibes. I literally have my studio out in the garden to try and minimize this problem. And still she finds me. How did Freya lock me in? No, I don't think Freya did. I genuinely think Emma did. Because Emma likes napping too much. And she wants to get another nap. But she can't get a nap if she has to keep guarding our door against coming in and trying to grab all the electronics. So what's the solution? Entrapment. Wait, no, that's imprisonment. Entrapment, something else. Trapping me in my studio. Which wouldn't be a problem in the winter. In the summer, however, that's a quick way of killing. Yeah, I don't deal with you well. Dive coming in. Nice hit. Lucifer can get a double kill. Walks it off like it's nothing. Lancer count really isn't looking that impressive at MSN right now. No, and also relic situation, he only got 1 relic home. Actually, sorry, no. Did he get any? There's 1 missing from the map, and we know there's that UI issue with Shushi's relic gathering. Yeah, he did just bank 1. That doesn't feel incredible, though. Like, look at the state of the economy now. Something else has gone awry here. 3 worker kills. The math doesn't add up. That should be 40 to 45. So the taxman difference. There's been a bit of idle time on the TC as well. That's not really the type of errors you can afford here. All when the focus has been on like Lancer spam and you're only, what, 1 ahead? He's going into a crossbow switch, but we already have Lucifer leaning slightly into Horseman. He's now going to be rushing relics. Office has a bedroom and a mini fridge. Reckon it would be fine? The issue is the heat, sir. In the summer. Maybe you like the heat. I don't. If it was up to me, we'd probably live in like Sweden. Or somewhere super cold. I mean, saying it's cold for you right now is like not helping. It's like when we do these HIMS Cup streams and I highlight all the hair I have and there's someone out there like doesn't have the hair. Like, well, I just feel mocked. At least there I'm providing them a solution. He ain't giving me one. Flash coming in. Lucifer actually getting caught multiple times with small groups of knights here. Okay, well, Lord, that's going to get denied. Okay, things are looking on the up for MSN here. The spear count is still concerning me deeply, but in terms of map dynamics, Lucifer is a little bit weak right now. Doesn't have the mobility. I think his goal here is to get enough spears together he can split between defending and attacking. No AC. I've got like a small fan AC thing. I need to add some more water to it. I think like quite often Americans forget that most of the world doesn't just default to having AC in every building. And getting those installed is expensive. And also more of a conundrum because like my studio is an out garage that got converted into the studio. This eco lead is creeping up. And Lucifer... Wait, is this Yuan? Because that's kind of sick. If this is a rush to Yuan, only needs 3 relics. The more important thing is just the movement speed on spears. Yeah, this is a pretty crazy economy. I feel bad for MSN because it feels like his lances are at a point where they can be somewhat meaningful, but has the window passed? He's definitely got the crossbows to follow all this up, but the crossbows count at literally nothing. Yeah, he kind of got baited into standard format. The funny thing is, like, if MSN had been playing Chug plus Knights, he'd be quite favored here. Reminder that HMOK can afford AC in every room, but moans about the idea of subbing for $5. Good for you, buddy. Some of us can't afford it. Now, can MSN afford to play this game long now? The split has favored Lucifron. He can just go into Yuan. And remember, Yuan with China is so much better than Shushi's Yuan. Shushi gets a slight discount. China gets more movement speed on everything. And this is just a huge melee blob as well. The funny thing about this is you can't even think of Nesta Beast as an answer because no range tag. Springalds would be really smart by MSN. It's a lot of horsemen, but if you're stuck in your base, it could work. Buys you time to just lean more into lances. The problem is he's leaning more into crossbows. Yeah, which MSN, because of a lack of vision, still doesn't realize how ill-fortuitous that's going to be for him. Good split, Spearman intercept reinforcements. Small group goes chasing the raiders. And this is wave after wave down the way. Lucifron has a huge bulk to push with. Horsemen going to be riding in. The crossbows. Stand their ground is not ideal. There is literally nothing that this unit counters in Lucifron's army. The only upside is that they are ranged. The downside of that is you don't have much HP. It's a great dive in. Lucifron getting immense damage done. The military lead is building. The Lancers can't even come to assist right now. He's just been thrown to the wolves by himself. Yeah, and now Lucifron, there's no harassment on his economy. MSN is so busy microing this instead of raiding. This is the other awkward thing about being stuck crossbow when your opponent's melee. It's so much easier for them to just go. They hit the A click while you're start stepping. It feels painful sometimes. He's going to try to clash now with the Lancers, but decent reserve of spears being kept by Lucifron. He's got to shut that down as well. Only 6 Lancers remaining. At this stage, MSN is borderline about to get picked to the bone. He's got gold in the corner, but it's only a 1.6k vein. That's going to run out, and now we have the GG secure. This is the most important detail in Carmel. He who holds this gold holds the fate of the game in his hand. Not just that, this is from the amount of gold he's going to be gathering. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at a Great Wall Gatehouse rush. Man. I wonder what MSN's thought process was in this game of the crossbows. Maybe he just believed if he gets enough of them, he can just hunker down and range beats all. But yeah, we've seen trying to do this a lot now. It used to be that this matchup was Lancers, and I think maybe MSN was kind of feeling up that old matchup where it was Lancer v Lancer for a long time. But we see just how good China looks. Normally it's actually Spears plus crossbows, but Spear plus Horseman was just a sick read. Gets him the full counterplay he needs, and the full 3-0 sweep to continue through into the round of 8 for the Master of Realm qualifiers. GG's, that is going to be MSN out of the second qualifier. He'll have only one more opportunity afterwards to qualify. And it's going to be a tough one because if I remember correctly, the third qualifier is a single place on offer. Yeah, so pretty brutal, actually. I think we do have some other series that we can cast here as well. So let me have a look. Keep the fun train going, baby. Ooh. We could... I think I'm noticing a Myriad versus Voldemar option. Let me have a look at that. While I set that up, by the way, guys, do me a favor. Remember, check out Opera GX. Give it a download. Give it an install. It's a browser we've been using ourselves for quite a bit, and honestly, I've been impressed. Love the performance, love the ability to optimize it if need be. And also small things like the VPN built in. Like, why pay for a VPN when you can get it for free? All that, and all for free. All you have to do, click my link, download it, create a free account, and that lets them know that I sent you. And that does actually financially support the channel, by the way. for free. Like, you get to do it for free and it supports us. It's a win-win. Okay. So, let me get draft up for Vlad. Voldemort versus Myriad should be a very close set, by the way. Where's the draft? Ah, there we go. Just let me wipe the slate. And lock it in. Okay, let's see where they're taking us for game one. The Nightbot text is amazing. Thank you, thank you. Okay. So, looks like we're going to Coastal Cliffs for game one. Ibids versus Byzantines. I feel like Biz do pretty okay here. They got some decent options. They have javelins to counter the Desert Raider play. And then obviously, like, they're not really outpost rushable, because when was the last time you saw Ibids do that? Let's find out. In we go, one and all. Welcome back to the Master of Steel qualifiers. Voldemort up against Myriad, a matchup that I love to see, because these two, they feel neck and neck. It feels like this is a series that can swing either way. But an interesting matchup kicking us off on Coastal Cliffs. Voldemort with the Ibids up against Byzantines in the purple. Byzantines can be pretty good against IO guys. The Desert Raider spam strats don't feel good against javelins. Lombos can even shut it down. And because, like, usually Ibids at the moment have been thriving off these Dervish wing plays, their biggest arch nemesis is range unit compositions, of which Byzantines, 90% of the time, have a premium range unit at the back due to the 2 mercenary contracts. So we'll see which way he wants to lean in this game. Byzantines is in some ways an interesting pick on Coastal. There is some negatives. On Coastal Cliffs, the stone does not spawn as close to your TC, which makes it very hard to get into your system spam. I've been seeing a lot of Byzantine players just kind of play it old school and only go like double system as a counteract to that issue on this map. It's not great, but it does function. What we'll do is we'll hit the 2x speed actually for the other game here. So Voldemort, what's he going to go for? We don't really see Growthwing anymore. Growthwing kind of fell off the side of a cliff. A cliff so big it belongs on Coastal Cliffs. Dervish has definitely been leader of the pack. Pretty nice because you can get a deer shove in at the start of the game as well. And remember, Byzantines, like multiple things here. They're not a civ that typically outpost rushes. They're also not a civ that gets the Limitane super early so they can't lame the deer. And that's the interesting thing about this matchup. Like, we're looking at 2 civs that theoretically are quite susceptible to outpost rushes, but the opponent doesn't like doing it. Because for Ibids, we very rarely ever see them build spears, so hence outpost rushing is out the window. And it's going to be Growthwing. Okay, so Vlad, I guess he's going to play the Age. Mirror, just a standard Grand Winery. I wonder if it'd be cool or not to have more civs kind of actually like Ibids, where you have this many options. Maybe not this many, but I remember talking about this a while back. The idea that imagine if instead of having 2 landmark choices per race, you had 3. Problem is, the longer the game exists, the less like that change would ever be to be made. Because you're just multiplying the amount of extra landmarks you'd have to add to the game. Do we get castles at the bottom of the cliff we use the keep up mod? Quite possibly. I didn't test that. But it wouldn't surprise me. I remember there was actually a map that someone designed that had a spawn issue. It was a little bit like Socotra in appearance, but what would happen... It's actually pretty goofy. One of the players' TCs would spawn in the water. Like, full-on submerged. Didn't get destroyed, it just was there and couldn't be produced out of. Very, very weird. Okay, so Stable's now coming from Myriad. Interesting. So we're getting what? Lombo contract with Horseman. Counter plays to the Desert Raider, but instead Voldemar, pretty smart move, goes Horseman. And remember, he went Growth Wing, so his economy is a little bit more powerful right now. I think what Voldemar's trying to do is exploit the fact that system spamming is difficult for Byzantines on this map. Because that stone's so far away, you don't often see people rush it. Which means, with just a free villager lead, you should be favored economically between that and the Golden Age, which gives you the extra 10%. It's a pretty smart read. Myriad senses the danger, though, and has already moved out to start gathering the stone. System level 2, already getting attached. Alright, what do you think, guys? Do you favor Iabids or Byzantines for this matchup? Ones if you favor Iabids, twos if you prefer the Biz. With this type of build, I kind of dig the Iabid position. I guess if Mirrored hunkers down long enough, he can trend ahead. It's just such a wide length to defend between the main base and the stone. Maybe if he walls this up, things begin to look a lot easier. What am I? He's going to be leaning into the archers. I think that was a misclick, though, so he does cancel. This is a nice thing about the Ibids, is when you build an archer ranger or stables, you're not anchored the way that most civs are. It's such an underrated element of Age of Empires 4 is hybridized civs, where the production buildings do 2 unit types that get counted differently. Right? Like, it's crazy. Like, when you think about the normalcy of Age of Empires 4, a lot of the time when you see a production building, you know what to build in the triangle to counter that. So, for example, if I see someone build archery ranges, I know that I can build stables. Because horsemen counter archers. Now, the problem with that is, although horsemen can counter desert raiders, it's nowhere near as clean of a counterplay than it is against archers. That element of flexibility is crucial to why Ibids, I think, has been quite successful still, despite metas that wouldn't have really favored them overwhelmingly. A bit of poke coming in. I think Miro's just trying to keep Voldemar honest to the age. So the gold spawns like this is definitely working. Does get the deer shove home, so Voldemar could try to skip out in the age in the coming minutes if he's given a little bit of breathing room. Yeah, and only one of the deer getting lamed, so a lot of safe food now for the Ibids. Do you have level 3 system connecting? You could consider going for the deer here, but if your goal to get mercs is going to be terrible, the interesting thing is the fact that mercenaries haven't been pumped yet. Instead, Myriad intentionally delayed getting the Lombos so that he could have this double production window. Pretty cool, actually. Because if your opponent doesn't see mercs, he doesn't know what to counter. So if you can just get to a point where you almost have this non-stop vomit of troops, you may be able to overwhelm him before he can prep the real counter. What's the worst maps in the game by default? Probably Mountain Pass. I think Mountain Pass might be the worst culprit. You have Undermesh on the way for Voldemar. That's pretty smart. Iabids are infamous for being really bad at blacksmith timings in Feudal Age. In fact, most of the time you don't build a blacksmith in Feudal Age because you want to get to castle. So doing this early, I think, is going to catch Myriad off guard. He hasn't actually prepped his own yet. Instead, he's focusing on more greed with assistance. Almost looking quite good for Vlad. Ooh, Vodi. He's going to find a villager for free as well. In fact, yeah, good reaction. Miro starts to pull away. He's going to be seen, so the horseman could strike another kill. You could probably run past the capture in time, but no, it does make it to the TC. Even with the undermesh, Voldemar not willing to dive. On the other side, we have got Spearman stepping up, squaring up, but Voldemar now revealing that archer swiftly transitioned into. Now up to 13 in total. Steeled arrows on the way. Myriad, things starting to look a bit shaky. We still do not have a blacksmith play. And we're about to hit the 10-minute mark. Horseman rotating through. Looking for those longbows. Limitane are going to get bogged down on the spears. Archers sweeping through them. There's enough horsemen here to do irreparable damage. Myriad starting to hemorrhage the one unit he cannot afford to lose. Longbow count already halved. And it's going to be sent all the way down to 0. The good news for Myriad, that means just producing one batch will increase him infinitely. Bad news is this puts Voldemar firmly in the driving seat for the first game in this Master of Steel series. And straight into the round without hesitation. Even builds it next to the board. That's how ballsy he's feeling. There's still longbows left, and he's like, yeah, please, come over and snipe this. I dare you. Oh, and to the AC thing, I do have one of the portable ACs. It's what's blowing air onto me right now. But they only do so much. Oh, I just saw that comment. Please no more gimmicky stipulations in HIMS Cup. The games between Anatan and Papillon were not good to watch at all. I think it's fine to experiment with new things. You eat vanilla every day of your life. It's not gonna be as compelling as having a day where you get strawberries and chocolates and mint. You don't know. Like, you know, like, I didn't know that mango tasted so good until I tried it. What am I now? The dive. The Ram's going to clear the production. I think is this just over? It's a lot of archers. The workers aren't running that early. I mean, it's risky. Yes, it's a decent amount of archers, but, like, it's not insane. It's not like up at 50, so the TC5 could be pretty damn good, but only 7 garrison inside. It's almost like Voldemar's exploiting the fact that Myriad has split his economy so wide, and that's now going to come to bite him in the ass. So many villages over here. 18, in fact. Over half of Myriad's economy has now been found and be hung and quartered. Oh, just count good enough to wipe them out almost in one hit. An overwhelming lead. Voldemar ready to tap behind this, and that's going to be game 1 for the kid. Culture Wing Logistics, just in case it needs to go deeper. Good game, though. I mean, impressive the way that Valdi played this. You know, Ibids and Feudal Age can feel weird. Usually, like, the word gimmicky getting used is quite appropriate. Usually we see Ibids look gimmicky because they rely on Desert Raiders to actually be competent in this age. But that wasn't the focal point for Voldemar. I think in an interesting way, he kind of used the expectation against Myriad. Should seal the deal now. We'll go the 2x speed. I mean, it would be a miracle comeback from this. 21 eco versus 46. Myriad's doing his best Captain America. I can do this all day. Only, despite how incredible his voice sounds, Myriad is not a bionically engineered super soldier. Maybe just the voice. No counts in this matchup. I think he built 1 Desert Raider at the start, right? There you go. Another one at the end. Voldemar's like, look, I've played the Civ. I am an Iabid. Wow. 1 whole Iabid. Alright. GG coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yo! Damn, we were on the money. Okay, that was pretty sick. I'm too proud of myself for that. So, G1 for the Vladdy kid. Left side win. The funny thing is, like, I don't look at the times or anything to know how long these games are. I avoid that like the plague because I don't like it. So that was just, like, a guess. Just made sense, right? Because, like, your tech up's going to hit, and you're not going to, like, you have to take a moment to type GG and everything. Yeah, Kawasan coming up next. We're going to have Japanese versus Knights Templar. A cozy pick for Myriad, actually. Alright, let's get into it. Whoop. It's time to become pond scum. One and all, we are back for Kawasan. The kid is about to go for a paddling in his pool as the Japanese. Meanwhile, Myriad looking to strong arm him with the Knights Templar. Knights Templar have been looking pretty good on this map, actually. And you know what? I'm all for more KT picks. You guys know why as well. This Civ, this map, got us our first ever competitive game that featured Venetians. And honestly, after seeing them once, I so want to see more. Dock split might get us there as well. So no aggro onto the other's side. It's going to be chill, pill, and go. We're going to go 2x speed just the early game here to get out of the Dark Age. Because I have a feeling we're not really going to see much of a contest. Japan could technically do a Dark Age spear rush. It just maybe feels like a bit of a punt. So instead he's going to play it safe. Yeah, because like the timing's weird, right? Like you'd have to scout to confirm your opponent's on a pond. It could be possible that Mirai's going to go fast feudal. Unlikely, but... I mean, even then, the thing is, Knights Templar are very wood-efficient civ. So it's not that hard for them to just pump out 2 to 3 fishing boats and still get a competent feudal timing to block out Dark Age aggression. I wonder, are we getting any sort of depth? Probably not. Kingdom of France seems a very given here. Against Japan, I mean, the Chevalier are going to be decent as they clump up in numbers against Mount Samurai down the line. Principalities to Antioch could be interesting. Those axe throwers actually up against mass melee civ. Hospitalier would feel like a no. Or should I say Hospitalier would feel like an A. Coca coming in from Voldemar. Not as often seen anymore. So this tells us a lot about what Voldemar's intent is. He's looking to control both ponds. He might be a bit paranoid that Mira's going to sneak onto his, but this is more like, how do you now stop your opponent from getting boats out and then come on the pond with a delay? He's moving the scout out now, so he's going to know that the enemy is not on his pond. And Mirad, smart cookie, he's already scouting the fishing boat, anticipating this play. Just timing, unfortunately, wrong for him. However, check this. Voldemar does catch him walking out. On the Koga Township, the Shinobi's only 10 seconds away. Now, if you produce an archer ship, I'm pretty sure Mira can get it out just about quick enough here. You GG after or before surrender? You GG before the game begins. Because it's like, it's mentality, right? They then think you're super defeatist and you've already given up. And then, all of a sudden, surprise, mother ducker. Don't know what hit him. See, I think too many times people are thinking strategically. You got to think about the mind games and... Oh! The timing on that! Hand of God reaches in and hits the pause on life. 5 seconds away from the galley spawning. And now with the second Shinobi, that bad boy is never coming off the dock line. No, defect found in manufacturing cannot release to public. He cancels it. Correctly so. Myriad, he goes for a second dock behind this. That has not been scouted. Okay, Myriad's going to get to have his cake and eat it. He's fishing on this pond. And he's going to be able to get the archer ship out before his opponent realizes. No way. That's crazy. Voldemar scouts it now. But it's too late. Archer ship's coming out in 10. There's no world in which a Shinobi can run fast enough. Because as you guys may have noticed, Shinobi in this game do not Naruto run, which is criminal. That should be illegal. Look at this. I couldn't play anime music to this if I wanted to. Guys ever realized from the front, it doesn't actually look like he's got a ninja blade. It actually looks like he's got like a swashbuckle. It kind of does, actually. Now it looks like he's got a torch. Wow. Like, the perception is crazy in this game. Let's archer ship out. Spiral ship to follow up. He's going to be harassing the fish to begin with. Well played. He actually gets 2 fishing boats. Spiral ship reaction is going to come in. The surprising part is that Voldemar still hasn't moved over. Archers are going to arrive to contest the Shinobi, but a little bit bold, a little bit zealous to go in 3 versus 1. Good time by Voldy. Switching to Horseman. Chevalier not going to feel great against Shinobi. Yeah, the problem is you've got like plastic damage compared to a standard knight. Will be a win for the Ninja Man. Barely, though. Oh, we do have the boats follow him up. The demo's on the way. Fishing boat's being pulled for repair. Mira's going to rope him in. Voldemar really wants that archer ship kill. Makes it much easier sneaking the Shinobi. Emma will scare him away. So full repair crew coming through. I mean, this is looking very great for Myriad right now. Very great is definitely not a scuff term. The problem we've got... Please shoot it. Please shoot it. Please shoot it. Please. Just in time, man. So the problem that Voldemar's got is he no longer has safe fishing and his opponent does. It's just a scaling game now. Aren't Hospitalier also supposed to be really good versus melee? Yes, sort of. The problem is it's Shinobi. Like, Shinobi will just melt you. The other thing is, like, against Mount Samurai, right? Like, a Hospitalier is a very weird unit still. I think for a start, they're just too clunky. They take way too much micro to get reasonable value out of. Like, okay, here's a fair way of comparing it. Compare Hospitalier to Dervish. There we go. Like, that's end of discussion, right? Like, it's a world of difference. And you might say, yeah, but Hospitalier are also a tank. You tell me Dervishes don't feel like a tank in the first 5 minutes of gameplay? As in, like, the first 5 minutes of Feudal? They feel insanely tanky. Myriad? Someone went super wrong here, though. Like, the demos didn't come out in time. The doc got denied. And we talked about this starting to kind of snowball a bit, but Voldemar able to get that necessary reset. So he shuts down the dock play. It's now going to be dock drop versus dock drop. They've just all got safe economy. The question now is who gets more value out of Castle Age. In theory, if you look on paper, it should be Japan. Because you're talking about Mount Samurai, the best knight in the game, versus the worst knight in the game. Now, if the count is big enough, surprising enough, Chevalier can be decent into these Mount Samurai. Because it's just, you know, a million toddlers versus one strong guy. The toddlers will eventually just suffocate you out. And the funny thing is, like, in this case, it's almost like the toddlers are forming a line, right? Where they link arms and get stronger. Because this is a unit that snowballs health based on more units. Did main and KT never went them due to the clunkiness? Yeah, like, so... Actually, if you think about it, Knights Templar have the most clunky units in Age of Empires 4. For one civ. So, they've got the clunky axe throwers, they've got the clunky genitals, and they've got the clunky hospitalier. Is there anything I'm missing? There might be another clunky unit in there. I haven't really used the Venetian catapult boats. Maybe they also count. It's a little bit of a weird civ in that regard. A lot of cool strategic depth. It just feels like half of it is locked away because it just doesn't feel nice to use. And I'm not saying feels nice like, oh my god, I'm dirty, I need to shower, I feel so bad after this. I just think it doesn't feel usable. It's Pilgrim. Excuse me, can you hold still with calibrating shots? There we go. Big Daddy Springle ship comes in to do the simple job. Greedy from Myriad though. Why doesn't he just take the close Sacred Site? This must be like what, 110 maybe still? 100, 110? So Greedy Boy's trying to get maximum gold, but into the pond you've already lost. Arrow slits and walls clunky. I don't think it's like clunky as much as just feels unusable. The point in the game where you use it just doesn't make sense. I think what would make it less clunky is if a Knights Templar fortress could actually attach to stone walls. Then it would make more sense. Like, they tried to make it look sensible as well. If you guys remember the trailer for Knights Templar, they showed some gameplay where they basically built the fortress into the wall with it being on the fourth part of the wall. So it was epic in the fight. But, like, I have never seen anyone build like that. Because it's very awkward to try and build walls that way. That coming in, by the way. Shinobi, Spear, and Horseman defense. So a lot of this counterplay by archers, actually. Chevalier are just going to front it. Good fight by Myriad. Overwhelming victory in this engagement. And the crazy part is we're inside Voldemar's base. If anyone should have been favored here, you'd expect it to be the defending player. But Chevalier just thumbsing up that fight. Felt like the Shinobi weren't quite able to get maximum DPS out. And Shinobi have also always been a weird unit to scale into. You know, we've seen how broken they can look in a game where you're able to get 12 of them together fast. But very rarely plays out that way. Usually you're having to trade them out constantly. So Voldemort... What's his out now? Maybe if he gets towards like the Katana Bannerman? Might actually just be better to lean Uma Bannerman now. Because I guess if you get like the Uma Bannerman and you just flood Horseman, it's still going to be rough into Chevalier, but at least you have a more competitive like angle. Because the spears are high base damage anyway, so like they'll do their service. I think the big issue for Voldemort now in this matchup is the archers. Mira just in a scarily strong position. And Chevalier are getting ready to intercept in the goal. Voldemort. Is he trying to skirt his way out of the age, or is this about Shinobi? Like, what is he really missing? I mean, at this stage, still Dara if he wants to switch into Yumi. Not sure if that's a crazy idea from this far behind against KT, though. Archers are going to stick to the guns here. More Chevalier arriving. Voldemort, slippery position here. Not many horsemen to potentially overwhelm with. And at this point, he has to front line with them into cavalry. And the archers go sniping on the workers. Yeah, the archer ball just feels a bit too big. Mira's going to be able to hold him. Idol's out the gold, so that's going to prevent any opportunity to tap behind. I think the military blob now just getting out of control. Yeah, he's even going to turn around, burn down the tower. So camps the archers here to make sure there's no repairs. Just enough torch power to get through this. Fortifications is on the way, but unfortunately for Voldemort, 25 seconds. It's going to be about 20 seconds too long. Okay, to be fair to him, it's more like 10 to 15. And we also have active gathering out on the map. So Voldemort was trying to compete by having additional food income. Luckily for him, that hasn't been scouted so far. Unluckily for him, now with it down the gold, Mirad's got time to go looking for new targets. You wouldn't think Japan wins a lot of games at the moment when you watch this type of one. Like, this is very reminiscent of the classic issue of Japanese, which is, congrats, it's a ranged comp. You can't range. Right? It's what we always talk about with them with crossbows, but it was the thing that kind of kept them away from feudal play. The funny thing is on land maps, I think Japanese don't mind this. And I think it's because of the Dark Age deer shove, but weirdly enough, when you just turn it into a food macro game with fish, and he even has more fish emotes, by the way. It's 15 compared to just 12 from Myriad. I guess the problem is, like, when you have this much food, you're leaning back towards building lots of melians. So you're returning to the classic issue with the Civ. And there we go. GG gets called. Length for the series. 1-1 apiece between the boys. Oy, oy, oy. Nice straight back. Mira looking as strong as ever with the KT pick on that map. So, 1-1 apiece. What do we look at now? I mean, in terms of maps remaining, ooh, are we really going Carmel game pre? Yeah, and it's going to be the Chinese Sushi matchup again. But I kind of like, I don't know. I just want someone to change with Sushi and Chinese. Because I feel like we see this matchup more than any other matchup right now in AoE4. And I think that's because the strong points of these civs overlaps a lot map-wise. Kind of feels like they're always strong on the same maps, you know? Okay, let's flip this round. Yeah, one and all, this is becoming a little bit of a weird one. I was just saying in the pregame, this has to be the most watched matchup we've had in the last several weeks. Chinese versus Sushi. 2x speed to start off between Voldemar and Myriad. Our two boys being signed. Volda Esports on one side and MTG on the other. I keep forgetting the name of them. They are a Hungarian organization. Myriad obviously hungry for those wins. We're watching the Master of Steel qualifier number 2. Only 2 slots up for grabs. I think it'd be fair to say Myriad and Voldemar are not the front runners. But this is why we run these open schedule formats. You never know who's going to break through. Carmel will be the place for game number 3 to break the tie between these two. And this matchup, guys, has been looking more and more Chinese favored. I think at this stage, I would favor China almost always. It's weird because Sushi did look so great at first. But China, especially on this map, I've seen so many players fluidly move towards spears and crossbows while Shushi are stuck on lances. I do wonder if the eventual strategy for Shushi is going to be Lancer into Chuganu as the answer. First up, though, where are we sticking that meditation garden? Sheep Hall is going to be practically mirrored. It's going to be 16 to 18. And the Medi Garden will be quite safe at home. So it's just going to take the extra gold. This suggests that Myriad is definitely going pro scouts, which makes sense. There is, I guess you could call it an ungodly amount of deer on this map. Yeah, there is still too much, I think. So in total, per player spawning, there's 29 deer. 29. So there's 58 deer on this map. And remember, there's also 4 boar. There's a little bit too much food for my palate. Is this live? I believe they are somewhere in this game right now. As we were playing a little bit of catch-up as they had started the series a bit earlier than they originally intended. Okay, so tech up's complete. We can slow this down to the 1x speed now. And then say, hey, look, they're doing pro scouts, and then speed it up again, right? Yeah, he's got 2 on gold, plus got the taxation. It's pretty obvious where we're going with this. Ah, that was it. Thank you. Meta Tensei Esports, which is an interesting name for Hungarian organization. Meta Tensei sounds very Asian. How long's the Steel Series Cup going on for? So there's qualifiers this weekend, and then there's one more the next weekend. And I believe the LAN is... Was it end of June or end of July? That's what I need to remember. I think it's end of July. So there's actually quite some time until the LAN happens. Okay, so... What I've been noticing recently is actually, like, China sometimes likes to open spears and then on a delay flood a lot of pro scout play. But this map seems to be the exception. I think it's just there's too much deer too safely next to the base to not get your pro scout straight away. So, rushes the 4 scouts out, switches now over to the racks. And Myriad is actually reluctant to join him in that party. No, he goes horseman. Okay, so this is looking pretty good for Voldy. Means he should be able to punish Myriad from coming to his side and taking his deer. I'd say hold back on the gamble on this one. I think we should be able to gamble the next one, guaranteed. We'll do the 2x speed just as a bit of the game as well. What part of the UK am I from? Can't work out my accent. They never can. I am from Suffolk, so... Oh, you should sound like a farmer, you know? Like Uar. From a similar place to good old Ed Sheeran. Yeah, I have a very weird accent. It's not traditional English for region. Okay, so we do have Blacksmith now. Audemars. Wait. He's actually reacting to the Chug play. That's surprising. I thought Myriad, he's gone Chuganu. You'd think usually from here you're like, okay, I can just rush castle. I guess it's a little bit too early for that. So Voldemort is going to be pivoting into the Horseman. He even actually has an archery range ready to rock and roll. But the thing is, Mirrorhead is baiting him pretty hard here. Look at the macro. He builds 2 or 3 Chug. He gets an insane reaction. He forces Spear, Horseman, Archers. The whole kit and caboodle. And is now able to leave Voldemort in the dust and age behind him. That's a sick move. And this plays in down the line. We talked about how, like, probably the optimal composition, let's say about 7 or 8 times out of 10 for Shushi, is probably going to end up being Lancer Shuji, as Shuganu rather, in this matchup. Because of how often China does their Spearmen into crossbows. So that way, like, you have Chug as a counter to all, and then your Lance is just your beefy front line, which you do very well. I'm supposed to make me do push-ups? That is a Twitch thing, because there's no redemptions like that on YouTube. Sorry. That's why I always recommend having both open. It's like an easy, free way to double support the channel. Malno Academy coming in. I like this. We've seen a few shallow monasteries, but the tricky part is, like, if you know it's going to be Lancer spam on both sides, well, that leaves you quite vulnerable to losing those expensive shallow monks. I think what feels a lot better is just play your Lancer advantage and then get monks on a delay, because you can surge them out with supervision. It also means in the meantime, with Mountain Academy, you've just got extra food to work with. Remember, look how it works. You collect tax more often, and you get some food alongside that tax. Yeah, because apparently, like, it's not enough to take all your poor peasants' gold. You have to snatch the food, the bread, out of their literal mouths. Your level of countryness changes depending on who you talk to. You ever had that thing where, like, if there's a deep southerner, you just feel this need to kind of, like, southern twang your accent more, you know? Has anyone else ever had that point in life where, like, you're talking to someone and they have a super epic accent? And you're almost like, I kind of want to do that accent too. Right? Like, you're talking to a Scot. A really strong accent on the Scotsman. And then you just kind of accidentally start, like, rolling your R's a little bit. And before you know it, like, it just looks like you're taking the mick out of them. You're not. You're not mocking them. You just want to be them. Become them. Kind of an ironic thing to see in a variant versus OG Civ matchup, where quite often one's going to force the other to join his comp. Giving it all she's got, Captain. Aye, laddie. Why not? You know, that's what's missing on these casts. We just need to get our co-caster in that's going to be simply me doing an accent, pretending to be someone else. I'll do Chinese. I think that's how I get cancelled. You cannot do a Chinese accent. I feel like a white guy cannot do a Chinese accent without it being perceived as offensive nowadays. Same with an Indian accent. There's just some countries that seem to be off limits. Is there any way in which that works the other way? I don't think so. Like, a white guy doing an Asian accent or, like, a Southeast Asian accent can be seen as quite offensive. But I don't know. Like, if an Asian person tries to do, like, a British accent or whatever, it's just them just trying to, like, learn the linguistics. Jamaican has always remained okay, funnily enough. I feel like a bunch of white guys going Wakanda forever has never been a problem, weirdly enough. Blame Marvel, I guess? Voldemort's doing the full spear spam, by the way. This is the build we've been seeing, which has been dismantling Shushi time and time again. Spear crossbow. Even on insanely open maps like Karma. Which is surprising. Yeah, it's weird. Like, I don't do those type of accents so much. Like, when I was a kid, I could do an Indian accent easily. And I don't even try to do it anymore. Just because of the worry of... Like, it's almost just as subconsciously ingrained into you now. Like, oh, no, 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 no. That would be a bad idea. I probably would have done it if Dota 2 had an Indian voiced character. Then I'd just feel a need. Oh, wait, I found the exception with Asian accents. It would be, you are not my brother. You know? The only a Shimada can control the dragon. Right now, Myriad with firm control over this fight, though. Chugnu is the optimal counter, and he has grabbed onto it early on here. Yeah, this is looking good. This is the thing that we've seen a lot of Shishi players struggle to do, the transition into repeater crossbows. Voldemort is now going to be reacting with archers, which definitely feels sensible here. Now, he did tech up with the clock tower, which is a very big difference to what we usually see. A lot of Chinese players going Pure Pulse on this matchup, on this map. But because he has made the clock tower choice, the Nesta Bees is the optimal counter. So although Myriad gets one step deeper in the dynamics, he now has another problem to solve. Yeah, so I tried to avoid doing the Shogun 2 shameful display for that exact reason. The thing is, saying it the wrong way is like exactly how the guy says it in Shogun. I don't know. I think we just all collectively, as a world, need to take a chill pill. If I'm fine with people going, not enough wood, my lord. Like, that's not how most English people sound, rather. But we allow it. Nice dive in here, Myriad. A lot of idle time being achieved. There's just not many spears chasing him right now. It looks like maybe Voldemort was worried about the next wave, so he held back. So an easy ride by, forces him out of time, gets a few kills. Now Myriad will be able to get back out. Voice actors for the first Dynasty Warriors. I haven't seen the first Dynasty Warriors. I feel like Dynasty Warriors voice acting peaked around like 4-5 and then went downhill. I haven't played Origins. I played the demo. And then asked them to send me a key so I could feature them in our AMD build video. And then they were like quite awkward to get a key out of the feature for free in a video. And then I think I just kind of like, at that point, out of moral obligation, was like, I guess I'm just not going to feature you guys. Well, the Chiga is still not counted. Voldemort has only got one Nest of Bees, and it has been revealed early. Lancer count is a little bit low. But if you line this, yeah, I think you can just kite out a single knob. No bolt magazines is a big deal there. Myriad's missing out on that +3 damage into these spears. Not to mention the extra range. He's going to skirt him. Singular Horseman revealed. Voldemort is actually being forced to reveal a lot of his transitions early. I think Myriad's doing a good job of kind of maintaining tempo, which is important. Like, you can tell the urgency Voldemar's feeling right now by the fact he's just revealing these unit types one by one, and the dive comes in. Spinman get cleared, the Lancer able to mop up. But Myriad, where's the extra production here? Was he maybe a bit distracted? He's got a lot of resources in reserve. The crossbow count is now getting bid. It looks like the Chuganu, despite how good they were at clearing the spears, ended up actually losing to the crossbows. Now Voldemar is going to look to send it all the way to the home of Myriad. Gold gathering on the side is going to be spotted as well. Migrating over towards there now with the army. Warlord's going to come in, but that's going to be denied straight away, so no cheeky play on top of that. And a big idle force here as the workers have to run off. Lancers are trying to intercept reinforcements. The crossbows are close by, and you've just got this trickling of knights into their death right now. To put it a different way, I think we've gone a wee little bit too far with this push. Voldemort firmly in control now. I mean, the military lead is getting a little bit out of control. And the bulk just continues to favor Voldemort. Like, the blob is double the speed of what Myriad's pumping. It seems we've just arrived at the inevitable issue we highlighted at the start of the game, is that eventually, as Shushi, you feel obsessively obligated towards Lancers and stuck on it even. I don't know what he's meant to do with this now. And he's still got plenty of food. But the funny thing is, like, we just watched Lucifron versus MSN, where he went crossbows, there wasn't a reason to. You see the difference when you're given a bit of justification. Like, the Lancer spam enabled this and drove him miles ahead. Imitation's the sincerest form of flattery until a white guy does it. Unless you're a comedian. Then anything offensive you do is for comedy, right? Frankie Ball used that shield for quite a few years. And let's look at the final stand for Myriad. He's going to dive in with the Lances. Crossbows are going to target firearms from now. Horseman is able to absorb the shots from the Tug. I mean, funnily enough, Voldemort actually, halfway through that fight, was still targeting the backline. Just switch over targets now. Myriad, I mean, this is the sticky point, right? Like, you're not even able to necessarily hold in your own base anymore. You're forced to produce 240 resource units to lose them in, like, 3 seconds. And the pacing at which you're producing these, it's almost like the reload comes in and the crossbows have something else to shoot and kill straight away. Well, luckily for that Lancer, the villagers are now going to be targeted instead. Unluckily for Myriad, that means this eco lead is becoming insurmountable. Gordon's Horseman rally won in the game. Yeah, that transition helped him a lot. I think also just the trend towards making sure crossbows reach critical mass, though. Because melee blobbing can be difficult sometimes. Like, if your pacing's a little bit off, you just don't reach the target. That's why most people gravitate naturally towards archers and feudal and crossbows in castle. Because it's safest. It scales very nicely. So Voldemort is going to scale his score very nicely, one step closer to winning this best of 5. Interesting. Something's mirrored with what? Oopsie. I think we haven't played regions, right? So we got regions in Dry Arabia. Probably looking at, I think Dry Arabia is for Delhi. Regions could be for Jean or Lancaster. I actually don't mind Order of the Dragon there as well. Voldemort, I mean, I could see Ottomans or Rus on regions quite easily. Dry Arabia makes more sense for, like, Rus/Malians. We know how Voldy is. He always likes to find a way of spamming Mongols in there. He's going to hold off. It's actually going to be Rus versus House of Lancaster. All right, let me update it. We'll get ready to go. Looking at the YouTube link, those voice lines are legendarily bad. Wait, what voice lines are you talking about? Oh, that? I need to be careful because YouTube is like a snitch. It finds anything straight away and then tells you off about it. Give me a sec. Okay, so we got what? Wait, what?
Go! Ye children of the Yellow Turban!
Yeah, let's not.
How can such as you hope to stand against me?
I mean, Zhang Jiao, like, Zhang Li... Yeah, Zhang Jiao. It was Zhang Jiao, right? I'm pretty sure that was his name, from what I remember. I mean, he was always meant to be quite easily hateable. Like, I think of all the characters in Dynasty Warriors, Zhang Jiao was probably the most hated. He later on got some fans because of how bat crap crazy he was. It was almost like memefully appreciable, you know? Alright, let's get ready to go. Are we on the right sides? No. We are now. All right, hype it up. One and all, we are back for the clash in Master of Steel between Voldemar and Myriad. He's on the cusp of winning this, but Myriad will not go down easily. House of Lancaster on Regions in game number 4, going up against Voldemar's Roost. Roost, which definitely very powerful Civ, super bannable. The weird part is like some people have been highlighting that their win rate hasn't been looking good in tournaments at the moment. I think they're okay. I think Roost is still a pretty powerful pick, but maybe a little bit puzzling sometimes on this map because of the deer and the predictability of it. It makes it a lot easier for anti-pro scout Civ to deny you. On top of that, this Dark Age Rax opening that we've been seeing Lancaster do a lot gives them an easy way of deer shoving in and removing a one stack of deer entirely from the options for Roost. A little bit surprising though. It looks like Myriad is actually going to go on the offensive. Really? Wait, is this an actual outpost rush? Okay, so I think the idea is he wants to try and distract the scout with spears and then use the additional one to shove in. That's quite intriguing. Yeah, because like the problem with a Dark Age spear rush here, guys, for the purpose of attacking, is your opponent, like there's nothing to attack. You could maybe just about burn this hunter cabin. So he's going to walk over, lame the deer, and start shoving in the other one. Really ballsy, actually, out of a Myriad here. Against this Civ, remember, this Civ, Roost, they always have additional scouts, so it's very difficult to do anything subtly against them. They seem to just know everything. Looks like we have got the double spear at home already. So he only sent one over to make sure he lames the deer, which makes sense. Has Voldemar just not seen the deer stack? I mean, it's kind of on the edge, but I think he should have seen this by now, no? The fact that he's not denying it is a little bit surprising. I think he tried, but maybe took some damage. No. Okay, I guess he's just more worried about hoovering up sheep. Maybe this isn't a pro scout game from Voldemar? There is a very organic feeling about just moving east for food naturally. You've got the deer on the other side of your tree line, and then you've got the boar and berries another screen away. So, you know, kind of hop, skip, yumping type thing. Is killing deer worth is against pro scouts? So, yes, because the Roost specifically, it's worth it. With Roost, because they build scouts in Dark Age, they don't have pro scouts yet, but they've got all these scouts. So the best value play is to actually shove the deer all the way into your base. You can do this. We've seen it time and time again that even if you rush pro scouts, you could have the deer stack in your base by the time you get it. So it screws up the efficiency, the fluidity for Voldemar here. And messing up your opponent's optimization is important when we know what Lancaster really wants to do in this game. Lancaster Castle's on the way. He's going to secure the Golden Stone. It's going to be a good old-fashioned me-like manners very much. Which makes sense. You know, Myriad is a well-mannered man. Okay, the question now is how far does Myriad take this? Do we see him go just to 3 manas, or is this a full 9 yards? I could dig just going 3 manas into kind of semi-fast castle. I haven't seen Horse Archers versus Ulsgard yet, but in theory it's pretty good for Ulsgard because of how squishy the Horse Archers are. And uh-oh, Freya's back. Freya, is it bedtime? You want to come say goodnight to the stream? Yeah?
Good night, stream.
Say goodnight, stream.
Good night, stream.
Love and kisses.
Bye-bye to him.
Slow kisses.
Bye-bye to him.
Bye-bye to him. And bye-bye to him. Give daddy a kiss. Night-night. Yeah, you brush your teeth. Good. Give me a kiss with a stinky breath. Bye-bye. I love that kid. Yeah, leave it open. Leave the door open. Thank you. Bye. I don't need another one of you to lock me in. Okay, so Voldemar is going to be pro scouts as expected. The question now is it going to be aggro or fast castle? Because, like, in theory, Rus isn't a bad attack civ in Feudal. They used to be renowned for it because of the extra wood for archery into rams. Does it feel like you can break Lancaster quick enough is the big question he's got to be having. Yeah, because my worry is, like, if you do just FC into horse archers, can't Yeoman mirror that quite well? Very good at kiting you, better range. And there's always that static defense element. I think the scary thing about just like flooding horse archers here is the way that Lancaster can just greed into bulk with the levy for the young once they have max manners. So maybe for Voldemort it makes a bit more sense to just get castle, rush relics, maybe then knights? No, he's going to add in archers now. Okay, we're cooking. He has been holding a lot of food, so I'm not sure how deep he wants to take this. 10 gathering on wood does suggest we're going to be seeing more lads, though. There we go. Yeah, stable's coming in. Okay, I am actually digging what Voldemar is cooking. Especially because Murad is being a greedy mother ducker like they always are. He's unlocking the second tier of manners here. She's so adorable. She's not just adorable. She's a future esports champion. When she's like 22 and Beastie's walking on stage with like a stroller, right? With like a medical assistant to help him sit in his seat and play the games. She'll be cartwheeling the stage in the grand finals of Age of Empires 5. I've got it all planned out. They shall fear her. She's smart, too. Do you guys remember when she predicted Marine Lord to win the Elite Classic 3? Freaking genius. You, like, asked her which player she's scared of. She's like, yeah, I can take that one, I can take that one, I can take that one. And then the moment it came to Marine Lord, she's like, nope. Oh, sorry. It wasn't nope. It was a confident, Whoa, are you really gonna flame a 3-year-old for predicting correctly that Marine Lord would win? Oh, look at me, a 45-year-old. I predicted Marine Lord was gonna win. He only recently learned to count to 12. I'm impressed by that. So mana count is increasing. Mirror now knows what up. And what up indeed. That is Hobblears. Alright, this is getting a bit crazy. Hobbies, I don't want to hype them up too much. They have had some interesting performance elements in Feudal Age bouts. Mainly as a distraction and a damage absorber, which is meant to be their role against archers, but usually we see Hobblears with Yeoman. This is full melee blob, so Miran's only ranged firepower are the buildings. And he's taking it deeper. We've got a second stables drop. So this is all about quantity to overwhelm. Voldemar, if he sticks to Knights, going to be feeling pretty good here. I think where it could get a little bit scary is if Mirad finds his way into Billman tech. Billman is quite pricey for what it is at this stage of the game, though. 275 resources. Not an easy reach, right? If you go 275 resources in that, it's almost 4 spearmen less. That's true, guys. Like, that's the thing I'm looking forward to the most as a father. Is that inevitable point where I can play videos games with her and just crush her. The true strength. Alright, ram spam time. Voldemar. It's time to test the limits of this defense. The problem with the ram spam, I think why Mirai done this and is quite smart is, you know, Hobblears may seem situationally weak, but also situationally strong. You blob up quicker than standard horsemen because you're cheaper, and you do get double damage against both ranged and siege. So 2/3 of Voldemar's plan is countered by the Yeoman. And way to cultivate grace. Yeah, I don't, you know, like, what if you want to be one of those parents that lets your kid win? Sure. I think you've got to like trickle them wins occasionally, but you don't just like, oh, you're so good. That's not how you, like, that's how people get bored. They're like, oh, wow, I'm so good. Why would I bother continuing with it? I've got to make them earn those victories. Vortimar's working the hard way to earn this one. It's going to be a clown car. Hobblar's going to jump in, though, which is a great feeling when you have to ungarrison in the face of that. Spearman also going to give chase, and the sandwich comes in. The horseman around the back jumps on top of him. Myriad, miraculous defense, able to clear up the archers and scare away the knights. Great hold out of the Lancastrian. Ram gets cleared up. Behind this, we have got a switch now coming into spears from Voldemar, but this is where Myriad could get a bit tricky. Yeoman could make a lot of sense. I'm hoping anything but adding in the level 3 mana tag. I think that might be agreed too far. Instead, it looks like he's going to stick to hobbies. Now, he could actually justify going Billman. Billman would allow him to trade out with the enemy spears really well, because it means if he goes to the melee tech down the line, it's irrelevant. Hobbies. I'm going to jump back again. I like how he just steers as far away from the knights as possible and then runs right back around. This is just getting messy, man. Now, it's very different when Myriad approaches like this. Notice the fatigue. He chose to go for the tech up while approaching the enemy base. The army's going to get wiped, but he has got the castle play just around the corner. Voldemar, he is prepping Steel Dagger, so I think Voldemar expects this age to go a little bit deeper. Yeah, and it's a good time for Myriad. Had he got stuck in this and he was wrong about blacksmith timings, then trying to get undermesh on delay, all of a sudden Hobblar's big edge of having more ranged armor is irrelevant. Is it going to be White Tower, though? King's College would be fantastic if you can justify it. I mean, Voldemar's army isn't absurdly large. So yeah, agreed it is. King's College now on the way. Interesting. We talked about the idea of the Earl's Guard and how effective they can be against even like a delayed Ruse Fast Castle. Just because of the dagger throws into the horse archers. In theory, though, I think what he's seeing is like long time you run into a problem there, which is that actually horse archer spam scales a lot quicker than some of these other things like Onimusha or crossbows, etc. And is a lot more efficient in the way they spam up. So probably better to play it safe here. That also means that actually Hobblars are a very interesting answer potentially into horse archers. They have a tech here, remember, Hill Training. Hill Training gives you substantially more damage when you're charging. Means you can actually touch a horse archer at the start of the fight for half their health. Teaching kids AoE 4 is teaching them how to multitask. Well, RTSs was actually how I really got deeply invested in learning history, actually. That was a big thing for me. It made me care. Games made me care about history in a way that I don't think books on their own would have. And that was an underrated element back when we were kids. I think it's an even more underrated element now, because now people just brag about how good gaming is for, like, you know, maybe you're going to be a competitive gamer. But I still think the historical value is there. Just not as big as it once was, because nowadays there's a lot more fantasy and sci-fi focus, whereas a lot of gaming used to be history. Bashing the choke points. Is Myriad about to be history and Master of Steel here? Voldemar is sticking to his guns on this. Yeoman spam begins from Myriad, but remember, guys, gold's a problem. He needs to sneak out onto the south side, and he's rushing for it now. Voldemar, I don't know if he got a glimpse of that, though. It's important. If he did see those workers running south, there's a very clear target for him. Rams are clearing the way through the manors. I love that he's double barreling this. And here we go. Scout sees it. He knows the gold is being gathered now. Backstab's going to come in for the hobbies, but still no ranged armor upgrade. No veterancies either. Myriad finally has his first Castle Age unit on the way. But it's going to be Knights into Mass Spear Feudal Knights. Firm position for Voldy to find himself in here. Ram's going to continue to clear the path. So it's going to reduce him down to tier 1 manners. AoE series made you curious about history? Oh, not just the AoE series. It was like Rise of Nations, Cossacks, American Conquest. So many games. Yeoman's scan is going to continue. So I guess Myriad's idea here is veteran so Yeoman can save him. Village is going to be pulled, but the archers are there, so get scared away. And the spears able to deal with that first knight. I mean, anything gold-oriented feels like a stretch right now. And things are about to change to another problem for Myriad. Where is he getting his food? He's down to 2 sheep, and he's losing his infinite food source. Voldemar, he may be able to hamstring. Like, the catch is going to be the knight count. Myriad is now up to 13 yeomen. Voldemar is lacking the firepower to keep the push going deeper, but great damage has been done. He's built an eco lead on raw villages. The manors have been shrunk from 6 down to 2. And you'd think at this stage, you go Castle Age, right? No. Voldemort reloads the shotgun and gets ready to pump again. Have bans been evolving at all? I think we've seen a few more Roos picks allowed through. This is the interesting dynamics of like Age of Empires 4. When you change the map pool, you will change the priorities, right? So that's always something to be cognizant of. So he's going to knock on the Lancaster Castle this time. Pretty smart because you've taken a bit of fatigue. There's not much eco value left, but the risk is if your opponent spams up to 6 manas again, you've still got a feudal army, so the arrow fire adds up. And this also just kind of reveals what Merit is doing. Because if he wants to protect the landmark, he has to reveal his troops. So Voldemort now gets confirmation, it's just going to be more and more yeomen. What's interesting is the fact he's adding in so many more spears. Knights are going to hit the backside. Miran's still feeling quite gold lean here. He has at least got the veterancy on the way for the yeoman. But Voldemort, just one breath away from Castle coming in. And he's still building more rounds. I'm trying to think what the best game of my childhood was for history of all of them. I think the interesting one is like Rise of Nations done more to teach you about culture than like Age of Empires, but it was less history focused. Stronghold was a banger, but like Stronghold wasn't teaching you history as much. It was teaching you more about castles. So I never played Total War until Shogun 2. That was my first one. Man, he's gonna race to the last manas. Voldemort needs to start respecting the yeomen. The veterancy is in now, so they are a significant threat to the knights. I think Voldemort wants to keep knights as part of his composition going forward here, so you don't want to be throwing them away. Better to just wait, get the veterancy, and come again. Especially considering that Mirad has got none to counter that. He's got no Billman, he's got no veterancy on spears, and he has 2 spearmen in total. Great timing to retreat. Remember, the yeomen are quicker, so you had to get this right on the exit, otherwise you would have been swarmed. Was it Praetorium was another good one? Was it Praetorium it's called? It was a game where you play as the Roman legions. And there's so many good historical strategy games in the early 2000s. A ludicrous amount. You know what the best history teacher was? Battle for Middle. I'm going to stop. Voldemort, however, is not going to stop raiding. Veterancy just came in, and he catches Myriad trying to wall up when he's desperate for food. Great hit. That's going to force the yeoman all the way home. He's going to find additional picks onto the gold line. Now, the interesting thing is behind this, Voldemort could easily start prepping the monastery, knowing that Myriad has to come to defend his base. We don't have it coming through just yet. The wood is starting to be gathered up, though. High Trade House is going to be 143 gold. It's a great influx. To put it in a different way of calculations, that's 1.5 manas, guys. The Roos right now, between the High Trade House and the Hunting Cabins, have almost 2 manas. Actually, they have 2 manas. Meanwhile, Myriad only has 1 mana. Rookie numbers. Yeah, I'll be real with all this Total War talk. I'm still a sucker for Total War Warhammer. I still think Total War Warhammer is the best thing to happen in Total War in over 10 years. Voldemort once more into the breach. Most of the army's been vetted up. The spearmen are lacking, though, but at this stage, they're just trash units to throw away. It's full yeoman, after all. No sink shot there, by the way. Choke point defense is going to be good for Myriad. But Voldemort, right now, his goal is just to try and stop gold gathering altogether, which is going to keep Myriad on these food wood-based units. And we do now have the Warrior Monks on the way. Things getting better and better for Voldemort. Berry gathering also now. This is interesting, you know. The way Voldemort is playing this, he has to stay on the offensive now. Because he's pocketing on the map. He's not just building eco at home. It's a good fight here. Knight's able to get in. Small group of spears being held in reserve, but Myriad is actually not committing them. Yeah, I think he's just trying to get in, get the poke, and get out. Minimize the losses. I don't know if that's worth it, though. Remember, yeomen are more expensive than spears, so to end up kind of frontlining with yeomen even temporarily feels pretty rough. And this game is getting ugly. It's 22 Yos now. More like a no, no, no. Hanging around a bit too long. The melee blob already on top of him. Myriad shriveling up in the face of the damage. And the archers go raiding onto the economy. Voldemar is gonna seal it in 4 to make his way deeper in Masters of Steel qualifier number 2. Damn. Crazy series, crazy ending there. Really well played. And I think we can all agree a hopeful outcome for many of you at home wondering, how do I deal with this mana spam? You're not in a comp tournament series, so you're allowed to pick routes. Go on, do it. It's not even that dirty. Okay, it's maybe a little bit dirty. It's not as dirty as picking HRE, though. Okay. GG's to the lad, though. Let's see. What have we got now? So I believe... Let me have a look at the schedules. So we could check in on Mahodo versus Scarlet Devil. So there's Mahodo versus Scarlet Devil. There's G-Ray versus Lash. Or if we have a look at KPMM. Yo, I just realized Kat signed up for KPMM again. It's been a while. That's cool to see. We've only had like our round of 32, so pretty much like the not going to be close series. So we could do like something like Voldemar versus Hussein if you guys want. I don't know if that was close. I'm sure Hussein can tell us it was worth the watch without spoiling it. Or we could look at Mahodo versus Scarlet Devil. What do you guys want? Well, if I can actually find Mahodo versus Scarlet Devil. Because I can't see a draft anywhere, which is always a good sign. Did I get my dates wrong? I don't think so. I think it is today. The options were KPMM, Voldemar versus Hussein, or Masters of Steel, Mahodo versus Scarlet Devil. I think Mahodo versus Scarlet Devil is a BO3, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go with that one. Just let me clear it all. BO3. Control F5. And we'll get ready for game number 1. And we are going to be on Coastal. Let me just double check. Yeah, I think that's all right. Antan, Lucy, CSO, Wham. I mean, there's even more than that, right? There's actually quite like a few that could make it. I think Elyona has his moments. Yeah, front runners are going to be Anatan, Lucifron, Wham. I think are the most obvious. I think Cat is an interesting one, and then Voldemar. Wait, did I see CSO already? Yeah, so front runners are Anatan, Lucifron, CSO, and Wham. Numadon looked really good this week in KPMM, though. So, like, Numadon, Voldemar, and Cat are the tier behind that, I'd say. Not very far behind, though. All right, let's find out what the boys are going to be cooking with. We head into Mahodo versus Scarlet Devil for the $25,000 tournament qualifiers, Masters of Steel. Scarlet Devil's going to be kicking us off with Marlians. Mahodo going to the Byzantines. Yeah, two of the most picked civs here on Coastal Glyphs, I gotta say. I'm trying to think like if there's anything more regularly seen on this map. These are the two, right? Like Chinese for a little bit, maybe Shushi, but I think that those civs have a lot more variability now. Whereas Malians is always, even before Pro Scouts, felt like a go-to pick here. And Biz is a little bit of a weirder one because of the further away stone outcropping, but most players feel content with making it work. I think part of the idea is like if you're going to play longbows or javelins, it feels really good to be on these more thin maps where your opponent can't use cavalry to exploit you as much. And I guess another thing is like with the food maybe being a bit easy to deny, a civ that can camp and go olive groves might feel safer. Glad that Numu and CSO are getting the time to play AoE4 consistently. That's like the big challenge with a scene this small. Like how many players can actually be full time? The number is pretty small. It's just a reality of it. Like you can't afford to support more than maybe like 4 players full time. Maybe 4 to 6. There's some that make it work 3 different ways. So like Voldemort, the really big pull for him is he actually makes good money out of coaching. But when you're talking about players that can afford to compete full time, well, you need to feel like you can consistently make top 3 postings, right? So like Marine Lord is the obvious one. Beastie makes enough off of competing, but really consolidates it because of just how much money he makes from content creation. Like that is the driving force. Like if Beastie had to choose between content creation or pro play, the content creation is the no-brainer. It definitely makes him more money. And then you've got Vortex, who's always been a bit of an interesting one, actually. I don't know how much he makes from his streaming, not a crazy amount. But historically, he's done okay. I just wouldn't say he's done crazy. But I think Spain is one of those countries that's a bit more affordable if you aren't making as much money, right? So, if we go and look at top players and prize pools, right? We can do this now. This, in total, since, like, release, Lucifer and Vortex have almost made the exact same amount of money, $71,000. Puppy Ball's made $69K, Wham's made $48K, Mist has made $69. So, like, this is the other thing, is, like, what's surprising is how many players are trying to compete at the absolute top in Europe, which is a place where you can't easily afford to be full-time. But when you think about the Europeans, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the top 10, because Viper's still up there, actually, from his early days, are from Europe. But when you look at those numbers closer, you see that a lot of them are subsidized by content creation or team sponsors. So Marine Lord has that. He has the team sponsor, helps a lot. Beastie's content creation. Mist is obviously a farmer. He's the rare exception. Dumu is content creator. It's a hard genre, I think, to exist. And by the way, like these teams that we see coming in, like Volta Esports, etc., and this isn't like to shame them, there won't be much money in that because it's actually very tricky for esports orgs to, in the current climate, make their financial structure make sense. It's even harder in esports that are like 1v1 focused, like RTSs, because like what can the team offer that the player can't do themselves, right? I think what these fledgling esports orgs are hoping is that there's enough players that will create content which creates value for their brand. Because that's how you sell sponsorships into sponsoring your team, guys. Is you say, hey, look, I've got all these tournaments coming up, and we're a top 3 team, and we'll be at these tournaments. There's going to be 62 million minutes watched. You'll get great brand exposure, and the brand goes deal. Or they are maybe more endemic brands, such as, for example, like your Logitechs, or your Razors, or your SteelSeries, where they might be targeting their gear being best for pro play. So there's actually value to them paying teams that are the best in the world to use their gear. I'm hoping, like, I want to start dissecting these things in a YouTube series. I think that's what we'll aim to do a little bit later in the year, once we've, like, settled in on the content creation side with YouTube, with our new editor, is we'll start expanding these things. So I think it's an interesting subject point that doesn't actually get talked about outside of, like, $1,000 ticket conferences. And I think it's actually valuable for the industry as a whole, that the casual audience member understands like what goes into an ecosystem and how hard it is actually long-term currently for esports to function. Yeah, the current model that we've been building up on for years isn't very sustainable currently. He says, as He does every single job imaginable within esports because he's a bit too hooked. So we do have Longbow plus Limitane coming in. Scarlet Devil's already transitioning to Javelins. And it looks like Mahodo's getting ready for maybe a little deer shove. I mean, you could get some sneak in here. Might even be worth shoving it behind the tree line and walling this in. I think Anatan once said he earns enough from AB4 to support him. That's because he lives in Belarusia. Which, yeah, as chat just highlighted, is insanely cheap compared to some of these other countries. Like, Dumu... I mean, Dumu has to be a content creator and a caster for it to be sustainable, right? Because he lives in Sweden. Even if you don't live in Stockholm, Sweden's not cheap. Beastie, like I said, makes very good, but he's also like in a country that isn't too expensive to live in. Serbia's a bit more reasonable. But like, take me. I'm bat crap crazy for like doing full-time content creation this scale in the UK. Because the UK is stupidly expensive. Like, I'm curious to see how Myriad is going to be able to progress as time goes on, actually, now that I think about it. I never asked him, but I think... Is he in uni still? Or I guess he just has maybe a full-time job. But, like, I don't think that can be easy for him, right? That's also, I think, why you often see these very talented players just say time to get a real job and then they like move out the scenes. It's like the pro playing should be able to be its own real job, but sometimes when you're chasing being the best in the world, you lose focus of what really matters, which is building a brand that matters. I've worked with 1 or 2 creators that have this problem where they used to be one of the best players in the world, and now they're not. And they have a legacy brand, but that brand hasn't maintained value. So now they want to maybe find a team that will sponsor them to go to these events, but they have no value anymore for the org. It's a harsh reality of the industry. So Javelin spam's looking pretty good for Scarlet. Mahodo's getting ready to skip out on the age, though. System spam is looking good. I actually think he's done this right. 1 instead of 2. Like, 2's quite greedy. And all pressure's been kept on Scarlet's side. I mean, this is a bit awkward now for Scarlet. He got Pro Scouts, he's got some of the deer coming home, but your opponent has a decent spawn to spread out onto the groves, onto the berries, rather. And this is going to be a very aggressive timing to castle. Yeah, and if he gets the timing right in the Lombos, that'll shut down the Javelins, full stop. And yeah, I pay Fatlarp generously in compliments. So guys, you want to know how I like pay Fatlarp? By being his business expense. So Fatlarp gifts me loads of subs. What the hell? It's been 5 seconds. You usually do it by now. He's gifting me loads of subs, which is a tax write-off because he's donating to the generously to the KP Foundation, and that means he doesn't have to spend as much per year on taxes. So that's how we pay him. It's like is it money laundering? No, that's not money laundering. I don't give it back yet. I mean, yeah, I totally pay him back. Yep. There he is. Thank you, Fatlarp. He didn't have to. 116 subs. I think Fatlarp's like, dude, I got some catching up to do to that Marv guy. He took my title. Yeah, what a guy. What a legend. He saw the MSN, like, he didn't have the pocket money this month to afford a sub, so he sorted him out. Okay, so Longbow upgrade will be in soon, but Mahodo has already been pressured. Scarlet has a really good timing here. Is he going to stick to it, though? Because it feels like he only done this to snatch the deer. Ah, this is going to feel really bad if you walk away right now, though. Scarlet gets the clear up. Does not hang around. He walks away. Okay, so Mahodo, he did lose a few of the Lombos, kept most of them alive. That's important. He's going to have another group coming in soon. And also on top of that, he's got level 4 system, which means the production rate is going to be ramped pretty nicely off this Golden Horn Tower. And remember, because he's got level 4 system, the unlock speed is pretty gross. He gets it in about 10 seconds in the veterancy for Lombos. It'd only be tax fraud if you send the money back. Yo, I've had those offers before on Twitch. You get, like, Twitch streamers, you can ask them, they'll tell you, they get sent them all the time. Hello, I am blah blah. I am willing to offer to send you $500 worth of gifted subs each month, and you pay me back half of what you receive. You're money laundering, basically. Say no every time. For a start, even if it's tempting, remember that that would infringe upon Twitch's TNCs and get you banned. Because most of the time, if it's not raw money laundering for illicit gains, what they're actually doing is they're stealing credit cards and then forcing chargebacks on a delay. So they're trying to take money away from Twitch, but then Twitch is like, hold on a second. This streamer seems to always be the one receiving these. Oops. Yeah, and of that long list, like I could go through and give you a rough estimation of who can actually afford to just live off of AoE4 alone. Beastie. Dumu, I'd say probably because the team association, because there'll be a salary there. I think Lash has said he can afford it because like the German community looks after him nicely. And Louis definitely. Drongo, and then Voldemar. Like you kind of hit them all. And Marine Lord, of course, like out of winning. B is a curious one. I think he might live outside of major cities, and that's why it's affordable. And then Anatan's super cheap as well, right? The Canadians, though, I think both have jobs. Because I think even if you were to live remotely in Canada, you wouldn't be able to afford to live off of AoE4 price pooling. Unless you're consistently top 3 every single tournament. Okay, so Cataphract starting off. We have got Varangian Switch on the way, and I like this. He's hiding it. Yeah, this Cataphract is a bait. So Mahodo is just trying to buy time for his real strike. Javelin's Artley's going to be able to move out to deny this. And it looks like we are getting a good old-fashioned Fulani. So all those Javelins, and they're not going to be upgraded. Not truly. They'll get veterancy, but no Javelin near spam. Mahodo going ham with the Catas. Yeah, like, and I mean, examples like Farman, right? I think for Farman, I think he has a decent, like, real-life job. I think I remember saying before. But the thing for Farman is actually Farman, like, made the right call. It's like AoE 4, in some ways, is oversaturated with content creators because we can't afford to support those that are here. It's like he still does some, but he doesn't over-leverage. Instead, what Farman tried to do, he tried to diversify. So he had the Stormgate channel, for example. It's not a bad shout. And think about, like, even people that are ahead. Like, Drongo does reasonable off of AoE 4, but he made that Civilization channel. Oopsie. Didn't mean to hit the 2x. So who's winning this fight? Momentum's on Mahodo's side. He's secured 3 relics now, and Scarlet Devil's stuck scaling javelins. He's at least upgrading them now, but like Javs against Lombos gets a bit weird once you vet them. The attack speed can start to matter a little bit more because of how big the armies get. The Cataphract's detail is also very intriguing. The Varangian uncounted. And this is the thing, I think for Scarlet Devil, he knows unless you can clear the Lombos, Musafadi is going to suck. Because you're just going to be running into a counter. Good retreat. Love that he actually just sends the Varangian in, so that's a lot of damage absorption coming through. Cataphracts get access to the Javelins. Scarlet didn't immediately switch over, and I love the trample just to maximize the DPS spread. Lombos are now a little bit deep. Jav count on the front line is still high at 16. He will pin the Cataphracts. Mahodo able to get away with most of the LB. And a second wave of armored units coming in. Scarlet Devil has got the switch up coming in into Sofa. Smart choice here against Varangian specifically. High armor, so you mitigate the damage. And on top of that, you have extra pen with the bonus. Okay, so good control. Scarlet in a firm position. Mahodo at risk right now. I thought so. Yeah, this felt a bit weak. He's trying for a farm transition. So this is a scary point now for Mahodo. He has to be very careful about how much he puts into his farm scaling versus unit type. Because if you look like you're farm transitioning right now, Scarlet's going to start diving you. So every time he walks up, you need to essentially have a bigger looking army. If you have the wall ups, and the nicely done is going to slow down any raids as he's playing Deer. And we do have a Limitane switch. So good read. Mahodo, this is going to make him a lot more lean. And with the mass Olive Grove spam, the optimal strategy here now is going to be leaning Lombo Limitane. I do like the idea of just sneaking some Landsknechter in there, which is courtesy of the Golden Horn Tower. But it's very healthy against this comp. Because you're going to have big Limitane blob, very hard to snipe them. And Javelins aren't great at clear speed against Lansk. Also remember, if this is Archers, the Limitane would have a bit of a struggle. But if you look at Scarlet Devil's comp, I mean, Limitane is basically the single perfect unit against all of it. The question now is whether Mahodo can get enough of them. Hopefully grow big enough to attract big sponsors. Trust me, I'm working my ass off, and like, I know how to give value to sponsors. The issue is the vanity number. We always need to look bigger. It's just the way the industry works. And Clash coming in. Wow, Scarlet Devil just actually forwards in with his javelins. There's actually not many of them left. Down to 8. Uh-oh. Okay, Longbow is feeling unfettered here. He has at least got the import armors in the way, but not there yet. Mahodo will have to start retreating. Limitane have got the keys to the kingdom now, if he can just get the numbers together. Right now, though, the Flood looks good for Scarlet Devil. Starting to break in with the Sofas. Landsknechter have now arrived. They're not even attacking. They're going to bypass and go straight after the infantry. What? A cool idea, but not effective when you have nothing to absorb the damage. Hodo now pinned in the base. And Scarlet, the biggest lead he's had for, I think, the entire game now. Crossbow switch up is on the way from Hodo. The Conscriptor is going to get in there fast. He has also got the eco buff to try and mirror Fulani, but I don't think it's quite at the scale where it gives him the win yet. You can see it in the food department as well. Dive comes in on the tree line. Eco damage actually now done. It's going to be a 5 relic game for Mahodo, but he needs to use them to defend now. Scarlet Devil, not much in the way of range pass. She's got a handful of javelins, has to retreat away from the wall low. So Mahodo able to buy a little bit of time. Has he got enough here, though? Melee armor's going to be on the way. Shouldn't make too much of a difference against the Sofa Flood. I think we're on the verge of a win for SD. If he can just get beyond this choke point, he'll be able to hit the workers on the backside and idle out the groves, and that's now happening. It might actually be worse than that. He's shoveling over towards the gold and the berries, so everything that Mahodo has operating for him right now is at risk. And this is TC fire against 7 ranged armor. It is irrelevant damage. Yeah, every single additional arrow shot is doing 8 damage. It's down to 1. This is over. I mean, Mahodo, half his economy is idle. He's got no military. And this is happening. Scarlet Devil opens the series with an impressive victory over Mahodo. Nicely done. Scaled that in a really impressive way, I want to say. Also, oh my god, Scarlet Devil's name. Let's just do that. I think that fixes it. Yes, it does. Nice. Don't use spacebars, XD. Okay, so game 1, a win for Mr. Scarlet Devil. With Malians versus Byzantines. G2, we're going to be heading into Kawasan, which is taking a million years to load. There we go, it's on its way. We've got Knights Templar versus Shushi. Interesting. How long am I going to be streaming? I think we'll make this the last set, as I've got a meeting maybe in like an hour-ish, hour and a half. Yeah, I would have liked to have done some community games, but I don't know. I think we went into panic. We're like, okay, what can we cast after the insanely quick HIMS Cup? That was by far the quickest. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, there was like definitely a desire to make that game mode work because, hey, you've got to keep it up, right? It fits the brand. But yeah, it's also, I think, like in theory, there could have been something there. It's just, I like the idea of your win condition being out on the map. It's just the way it played was not ideal. Okay, let's get ready to go though. And we'll flip that. Boom. Wait, is Demo not playing in these qualifiers? I don't think he is. All right, here we go. Game number 2. Scarlet Devil already leading. It's Knights Templar time. This is the most frequent matchup on Kawasan. Mahodo has got the Shushi. Shushi that can actually get an overwhelming victory if they get the giga-busted meditation garden placement. And that is on offer here. Check the location. 144 food and 25 gold on the plate. Let's see how Scarlet Devil deals with it. Knights Templar, definitely one of the civs that can compete with it. But it's not going to be the Dark Age Rax Rush opening to shut it down. No, he just focuses on his own greed straight away. Yeah, so I'm just double checking this. I think I heard something about Dimu forfeiting. Is that true? Because he was signed up for Qualifier 2. Yeah, so Ezra beat him. So no, it was a forfeit. And apparently it's because Dimu can't make it? Is that correct? I mean, I saw that in another chat. I don't know if that's true. I mean, if that is the case, I guess he's probably working EWC. And that would be why. Here we go. I'm going Inspector mode. Because that would make sense. If I'm not mistaken, StarCraft 2 EWC is... Yeah, it's July 22nd to 25th. And... this LAN is July 24th to 27th. Yeah, it's also... I wouldn't be surprised if it has got something to do with Dimmy not feeling well, because he did just have the operation, right? That's a shame, though. It would have been cool to see Benny Boy or another AoE4 LAN, but... I mean, if the choice is between EWC or, like, a 25k LAN, I don't blame him. It just makes sense. It's like we were talking about, like, how do you make your money earlier, right? Like, similar to me, before I started doing the agency stuff, like, relying on other games to supplement my income made a lot of sense, because, like, AoE forecasting just wasn't delivering much pay. You know? Like, to put it in perspective, I could work a 1-week LAN and make as much as I would from, like, 2 full-length remote tournaments for AoE4. Maybe even more required to match that. So Medigarden's coming in, and it is going to be the big boy. Look at that. He gets even more than we thought. Yeah, he clipped the berries here. So that's actually going to be 150 food meditation garden. Plus the gold, that's 175 resources pre-4 minutes buff to your economy. And Mahodo looks to get frisky. It's going to be a hop onto the dockside where Scarlet Devil has been ecoing up. As expected. Yeah, this is the organic play. You walk the villagers out here, and now you grief your opponent's food. Because he's been investing in fishing boats. You've already got something to contest, but love Scarlet Devil's read. He kept the villager out. He's going double dock to contest this. How much Dota Esports was paying as compared to AoE4? It's not even remotely close. When I started, like... I mean, still not that close. So, like, when I started, most online casting probably was paying... Was it $75 per caster for a series? It started off really bad. I think it started off like $90 split between 2. And then let's say it got up to like $75 each. Per series. But now, like nowadays, it's much higher. Like, when COVID hit... And like, you know, like $75 is competitive with like AoE4, right? But when COVID hit, remote broadcast budgets went up big time. So like all of a sudden remote casting, you could charge like probably $200 or so per series. And let's say 3 series a day. So like $600 maybe. Like AoE4, I can work an 8-hour broadcast and it won't compete with that. Exception being potentially Knights. So Knights Templar already has the Spring Advantage. Demo ship's going to be there as well, but he has got the villagers for repair on the archer ship if he wants to. Wait, Mahodo. Ooh. I don't know if that was intentional. The 2 villagers were standing there. He does get the repair just in time, though. Demo ship's still being held in reserve, however, and Scarlet Devil now goes in for the pummel. In for the pound. Demo ship exchange is going to end up favoring Mahodo. Archer ship's going to get cleared, and all of a sudden, things looking up for the pole. Nice counter hit there. Yeah, and it's not surprising, by the way, those differences in prices. Like, Dota 2's esports scene, even on its like worst day, beats us on some of our best in terms of viewership. It's always been an issue. I think there's multiple issues like scaling AV4's esports scene, right? It's like, it's very hard to start new esports scenes. It takes years. But the other thing is like, we've been noticing that I think TO's been trying to do this for a few years. Like, how do you make the early game more compelling or accelerate the game? And I think the devs have caught into that as well with things like points of interest. If you think of spectacle esports, AV4, as cool as it is, can struggle, especially in the early game, to be a spectacle. Even the thing that we have that is a spectacle, the demo ship play, is hated by a lot of the community. It's very polarizing when you think about it that way. Oh, no. Despite a good opening fight, this could get a bit weird. He gets a brilliant hit with the demo there, but the reason this could get weird is it's 2 docks versus 1. Mahodo is now going to be setting up his economy in the other pond. But this fight here is far from over. Yeah, especially considering that Scarlet Devil still actually has a little bit of supplement of income with the fishing boats. Not crazy. It's not going to be the deep water, but it can add up. All right, 1's if you think Mahodo is going to win this. 2's if you think Scarlet Devil is going to take it. I mean, Mahodo's done a good strike here. What he really needs now is just to get his fishing online. Once that happens, I think he looks pretty content. But it's a shame for him he hasn't been able to kill these fishing boats off. That would have been the big thumbs up he needed. Demo ship's going to chase in, but great clutch heal there by Scarlet. Denies the kill. Every time Mahodo's gotten away with this, but this time he will be denied. And all of a sudden, it's double springled and a demo to carry him out. Archer ship's going to be there as well. Reaction is poor, though. Scarlet Devil takes a heavy hit. Return fire just as big of a wallop. So that will give him pressure play. And Mahodo, I think at this stage, he still hasn't started producing fishing boats. So playing both ponds is going to become extremely exhausting. I think he knows it. It seems like Mahodo is maybe now just focused on his own economy. The 150 food, 25 gold definitely went a long way here. But that's the weird thing about Meditation Garden. It's a timing play. It's kind of like when you go in for like a military wing ram rush timing or something like that. You know, the longer the game goes on, the more that this economic advantage gets diluted. It's still a raw 175 resources. But the collective income percentage is lower now. So it's not as big of an overwhelm as it was earlier. Mahodo now looks to overwhelm on land. It's actually going to be a switch into Juke Nu. Triple archer range? Holy crap. And he's not really got that much fishing currently. He's got the archer ship coming out to make sure he's safe on that pond. Scarlet Devil has not made a land transition themselves, but that's going to start now. It's going to be Chevalier via the stables. Chevalier is a bit tricky here, folks, because the Sugar Nu can actually do pretty good damage against you. Reminder that you have 1 less ranged armor, so you take double the damage that normal knight would in Feudal Age. So I wonder if instead it's going to be Chevalier sprinkled in with a lot of archers. The good news about starting Cav is you get to raid. The bad news can be we've actually seen how disgusting this timing can be for Shushi. If they hit it right with 12 to 15 Juke, they get in your base with Steeled Arrow and they never leave. It's scary. I'm trying to remember who it was. Was it Myriad series? Where it was almost like a 12-15 minute GG. There was just nothing you could do. 1 by 1, everything just got peeled. Scarlet Devil. He's getting idled off the gold, so Chevalier, not as much of an option anymore. He has at least got the Pilgrim trickle of gold, so he'll be able to get a few. Maybe this isn't a bad thing. Being pushed into Horseman, I think, is better. It just gives you more bulk because it's cheaper. It's 120 resources compared to 166. An archer range to boot as well. Yeah, and because of the amount of food he's got, the infinite food, like Horseman spamming is sustainable in Feudal now. Undermesh is going to be key, though. He actually has an opportunity to beat Mahodo to the timing, but the issue is going to be gold. That's why it's good that Scarlet Devil stopped trying to even produce Chevalier. It means he can get towards Undermesh. Use it up. Mahodo, has he forgotten? What? He's got the Blacksmith. We're up to 26 Juke, but we do not have Steeled Arrow coming in. I'm hoping we're going to see that fixed because there's a huge DPS increase being wasted here. The other thing, if Scarlet Devil just keeps kind of A-clicking in and out of the fight, you're probably going to be too distracted to even look back at it at this rate. But he has started to stockpile the gold, so that's good news. That's what he needs for the Steeled Arrow. And remember, with Imperial Official, it comes in fast. 20 seconds away. That does mean, however, because of the delay, he missed the window where he'd have a DPS increase over Scarlet Devil. Under Mesh is going to mirror the timing. That's really important. So still a bullish amount of juke, but it's not going to be that oppressive timing that just kills most players. Scarlet now gets a good charge in. Horseman able to sally forth. Under Mesh isn't there yet, so the Steeled Arrow is going to get some value. But the Horseman, damage through the roof here. Gets into a choke point to try and minimize it. But great pushback, and now Mahodo at risk of losing bulk. What? That was a sick timing by Scarlet. He's got archers coming into assist, which is going to make the trickle kill easier. There's just enough horsemen that you just see how long they last now. Mahodo's in a bit of a trickle fiesta. He's got 9 juke in the fight. Another third is not here. And he may have been cut down a little bit too much. In fact, Mahodo, this is the ugly position to find yourself in. You look at this, you're like, okay, I may need spearmen. But as soon as you get that fort, you see that second line archers, and you hate it. Tough game now, Mahodo. What's that classic? When in doubt, more Zug Zug. It's going to be 5 archery in Shiganu. Now, on a land map, there actually might be some credence to this because your opponent's not going to be able to do horsemen forever. But on Kawasan, with 4 deep water fish and 12 fishing boats utilizing it, you start to realize how sustainable this really is for Scarlet. So what does he do about this? I guess Mahodo could look for Castle Age. Castle Age would be an interesting play. Very risky. But if you get the timing right, the veterancy should just allow you to keep Scarlet pinned in. It's just a bit tricky against KT in particular because KT are able to tech up without investing villages in doing so in 45 seconds. Now, it's one of those weird things where sometimes going Castle Age looks really bad for Knights Templar. Only when you rush it, though. Like, when it's been a decently paced game, going fast castle, or rather not fast castle, but going to castle fastly, bad words, is great. I will need to contemplate cancelling what he's got in queue to mirror it, though, because Mountain Academy is on the way for Mahodo. A smart lad bringing up that AMD link. Reminder, I think we're in, like, the final day or 2 of our sponsorship with AMD for this month. If you haven't clicked that link, be sure to check it out, as we're doing an awareness campaign about the new Ryzen 9800 X3Ds. Absolute killers when it comes to performance for gaming. The best you can get. So if you care about frames, it's probably something to consider buying. Bare minimum, be sure to check them out, because we're doing an awareness campaign with them. And I'm wondering if Scarlet's aware of the tech. He just got confirmation, but his positioning is actually good to try and poke a bit. It's always worrisome against this Civ in particular because of the veterancy timing kicking in. So instead, Scarlet, yeah, he just backs away. He shows a lot of respect and restraint. The issue is, like, you get in this base, you maybe idle your enemy's economy for 10, 20 seconds, but then what? The Zug get upgraded and you get shredded. So as tempting as it was, he did resist it. Scarlet. He's not done playing Feudal yet. No, we have more horsemen being queued up, and instead he's going to gank and spang. Okay, this is actually a crazy timing. Mahodo, he's looking for a counter-offensive, and it means he's completely out of the base when Scarlet jumps in. He's going for the body blocks. A full surround and the choke points would be beautiful here. Traps a few. Most villagers able to get away in the end, but a great pin. And a lot of idle time achieved. Now, the Duke, they're not close enough to the enemy base to do anything yet. The Horseman is still mopping up more. This is getting out of control. Mahodo now knows he needs a quick strike back. Demo Ship is there to scare him away. The Archer Ship is assisting from the sea. And Scarlet has reinforcing Chevalier to bait and distract. The Horsemen are still wiping in the base. Reinforcing Shiganu just coming out to die. More villagers being pulled to try and address this now, but they're being brought down. And what a sick timing by Scarlet. Feigning a defense to go on the attack. He gets the wipe of the Duke with more archers. He shuts down any immediate transition from Mahodo and puts him deeper in the red and looking dead in this best of 3. That was crazy. What a sick read. I mean, the way he played that was so subtle. Most people see the player walk away from their base. It's like, okay, he saw me tech up. He saw my trigger good. He's gonna go Castle Age. But Scarlet got maximum value out of that moment. He played on, I don't want to say it's the naivety, but the expectation, the logic of a tech play. And he gets a 2-0 annihilation over Mahodo. Damn. What a series. Well played by Scarlet. That second game in particular was sick. The feigned retreat just sealed it elegantly. So, that does mean qualifier number 2 is going to be... Where is he? Where is he? I'm looking for them in the bracket now. Am I blind? Oh, there it is. It is going to be Scarlet Devil versus Wham in the round of 16. I don't think that's been scheduled yet. I think it might be happening tomorrow. But elsewhere, we do have another series happening. So it looks like Age of RTS is doing the Numenor Scatterbrain series. I think that's the only tournament stuff going on right now. Alright, so we're going to go give a raid through to there. Sass tries to find his feet as a caster. He's going to be casting with the wonderful Myriad. Shout out to him. YouTube, I'm getting the stream now. We'll be back tomorrow, I think around, probably we'll look to go live, I think at like maybe 2 p.m. I think the Master Show games start at like 4, but there's going to be some open scheduling ones to catch as well. So we'll be online tomorrow for probably 4 to 6 hours, something like that. Should be fun. Thank you for watching.